Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Friday. We are back. Aylin, it's good to see you. How you doing? We are going to be doing Untitled Goose Game tonight. But before we do that, oh, Jesus Christ. Before we do that, there is something that I do want to check out. Because this is actually talking about Metal Gear Solid 3. And I've seen a couple of, or not Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4, and a couple of, a couple of issues, I guess you could say, that kind of have, yeah, it's plagued it. Let's put it that way. It's plagued it. So one is the impossibility of Metal Gear Solid 4 on modern consoles. The other one is the inevitability of Metal Gear Solid 4 on modern consoles. So it's a stark contrast, and I was really interested. They're both videos. They're from two different people. I will absolutely shout them out, give them attribution for sure. But I'm really interested because the whole thing is I've got every single Metal Gear game now except for 2 on PC. And one of them is Metal Gear Solid 4, and it needs to come to something else other than the PlayStation 3. And let's be honest, the PlayStation 3 at this point is kind of fucking old, and we're starting to get into that area where PS3s are really going to start crapping out and dying, and yeah, they're going to become hard to find. So it's not one of those deals, sadly, where I can sit there and go, oh yeah, no, I can just go out and get a PS3. No, they're getting there. So let's check this stuff out, because this will hopefully kind of give us a little bit better of a picture of what's going on. And then after that, we're going to get into Untitled Goose Game. You're doing good? Good. Glad to hear it. All right, let's do this.
When Metal Gear Solid: The Master Collection Volume 1 was announced in 2023, fans rejoiced. They could finally play some of the best games ever created on their modern hardware.
True.
Especially after some of these games were absent from the digital market for almost 2 years, like Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yep.
The announcement led fans to wonder about the possibility of Volume 2 in the future. Because why would Konami call it Volume 1 unless they planned for a Volume 2 and possibly 3? Now,
okay, so I know that this is fan concept art. However, if we're going for the Kojima-verse, Portable Ops, although a lot of people have fun with it, I had fun with it back in the day, just an FYI, is no longer considered canon with the exception of a few things in it. And that was done specifically because it interferes with how the story is told in Metal Gear Solid 5. I won't get into the nitty-gritty of it, but that's the general thing. Metal Gear Solid 5 overrode a lot of ideas that were originally had for Portable Ops. So although Portable Ops is it is one of the fan favorites, and I agree it is a good game, but if you have Metal Gear Solid 5, or you've played Metal Gear Solid 5 and understand the story, there's a lot of things that would conflict with 5 if Portable Ops is still considered canon.
And what Metal Gear games would Volume 2 include? One specific game was the first thing that popped into fans' minds.
Yep.
A game that fans has been wondering about and anticipating for a long time.
Not to mention, it was honestly, this was the last game for Metal Gear Solid that was exclusive to the mainline PlayStation consoles, because you had Peace Walker, which was great, but that was PSP, and then after that was Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain, which came out for PlayStation 4 as well as PC, and I believe also Xbox.
A game that fans has been praying to be released from the prison known as the PlayStation 3. And that game is never dead. Sorry, I mean Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, released in 2008, was a major exclusive title for the PlayStation 3. Developed by Kojima Productions at Konami and directed by Hideo Kojima. It capitalized on the PlayStation 3's advanced hardware to deliver stunning graphics, intricate gameplay mechanics, and an immersive narrative experience.
Now, one thing that I will say before we keep going, my understanding is that the PlayStation 2 was, when it first came out, light years ahead of any of the competition, right? When you had Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 both being developed, Hideo Kojima and everybody at Koji Pro, they really sat down and they looked at the PlayStation 2 and did their homework and pushed the limits for both of those games so that if you still have a PlayStation 2 that works, A, good on you, but B, and more importantly, it literally pushed the limits of literally every PlayStation 2 ever made. Both games did. That was because the way that things were done and all the stuff that they added in and everything works as it should and so on, and that's fantastic. But it was the most complicated system at the time until the PlayStation 3 came out. Then it was a whole other ball game, and it was even more complicated. And the things that they put in Metal Gear Solid 4 for the PlayStation 3 is leaps and bounds more complicated than anything that they did with the PlayStation 2. That's at least the general consensus as to why it's taken so long to port Metal Gear Solid 4 to anything, because it's just so difficult. The PlayStation 3 compared to a PC it's literally us versus us comparing ourselves to some fucking intelligent form of life light years ahead of us. We have no concept of what could be out there, just as they have no concept of what we could be. And that's basically how these things used to run. So it's incredibly difficult to do it, but also do it right, to the point where even now people are still trying, and we're talking probably tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people are trying to accurately emulate the PlayStation 3, as well as getting every single game to work as it should, which is insane. And we're 20 years. Almost 20 years ago, and they're still working on it.
Its exclusivity was a significant draw for the PlayStation 3 platform, showcasing the console capabilities and solidifying its position in the competitive gaming market. The decision to keep Metal Gear Solid 4 exclusive to the PlayStation 3 also highlighted a strong partnership between Konami and Sony, driving dedicated fans of the series to invest in the console itself. To this day, the concept that Metal Gear Solid 4 remained exclusive to the PlayStation 3 since 2008 is utterly amazing.
Well, it is amazing, but there is a little note that I do want to put in here really quick. The other thing that drove people to go to the PlayStation 3 over Xbox was the fight between Microsoft and Sony, where you had HD DVD, which came out first and was 720p, and then PlayStation 3 came out and it had Blu-ray, which was at the time what they called full HD, which was 1080p. And for a lot of reasons other than just full 1080p, as well as storage on a Blu-ray disc and many other things, that's why a lot of people went with the PS3, and to be completely honest, why you always had the same kind of people who would go toward Xbox and not PlayStation, because a lot of people were looking for one very, very, very specific kind of game, or only a couple of specific kind of games, and those all ended up on the 360 versus everything that the PS3 could do.
Especially when you consider that during that period, other big games which initially thought to be exclusive to the PlayStation platform ended up releasing on a competitive one like the Xbox 360 on day one. Back then, big games from third-party companies used to release first on the PlayStation platforms.
Yep.
Then, few months to a year later, it will get a release to other platforms. It was a short-term exclusivity without a contract, and this was a big advantage to the PlayStation brand, as Sony didn't need to do anything to attract the publishers to their consoles. Then suddenly Microsoft showed up and strategically start making deals with third-party companies to break this exclusivity norms that used to give an advantage to the PlayStation. Microsoft targeted some of the biggest games within the video game industry. Games like Grand Theft Auto 4, Final Fantasy 13, and Resident Evil 5, franchises that flourished within the PlayStation ecosystem, were no longer exclusive on PlayStation 3 day one.
Which, by the way, that's all well and fine, but at the same time, Resident Evil 5 sucked. Gonna be honest, was pretty junk. I didn't care for it. I played it a long while ago. I was not a fan. And Grand Theft Auto 4 had been out for a while. It just did. So, as you can see, yes, they were trying to take exclusivity away, but a lot of the titles that you see were not necessarily like the most beloved, right? Let me go back a second.
Ecosystem were no longer
Oops.
Games like Grand Theft Auto 4, Final Fantasy 13, and
Final Fantasy 13. By the way, Final Fantasy 13, I can't fucking stand. And I really wasn't the only one. So, yeah, it was just, not to mention, Final Fantasy 13 had a lot of problems. Like, a massive amount of problems. And I don't mean in terms of the actual game itself. I mean in terms of actually getting it made. So, that damn thing went through development hell. And then it took God knows how long for Final Fantasy 13 2 to come out. And then there were plans for Final Fantasy 13 Part 3, and then those got delayed, and then everybody thought it was canned, and it was nuts. So far, we've got an old but awesome game. We've got a game that, in my opinion, was dog shit. And then we have another game that basically went through development hell and did not do well initially for Sony. It didn't.
Resident Evil 5, franchises that flourished within the PlayStation ecosystem, were no longer exclusive on PlayStation 3 day one. Microsoft even went further and paid some of these publishers to have these games released on day one on the Xbox 360. This was so common back in 2007 and 2008 that people thought Metal Gear Solid 4 would be the next game to have its exclusivity broken and be released to Xbox 360 as well.
Okay. Except, and I know I keep doing this, except here, perfect example, right? The storage capacity of the discs for the Xbox 360 compared to the storage capacity of the discs for Blu-ray and the PlayStation 3, right? You'd be looking at crap like this for Metal Gear Solid 4 on the 360, whereas with the PlayStation 3 and Blu-ray, it was a grand total of, I believe, only 2 discs. So they outshined Xbox 360 by miles. That's how it worked. The other thing, too, is that it was announced that Kojima was going to make a deal, or Kojima had made a deal with Microsoft specifically to release the original, what was going to be Metal Gear Rising on the Xbox 360. Unfortunately, the original Metal Gear Rising got canned. And then they had to redo everything and came out with Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which I think made it to Xbox, but there were a lot of issues on the back end with Platinum Games and everything else.
Start even doing jokes and memes about it. But that didn't happen. The game has stayed exclusive to this day. I remember there was a podcast with Kojima back in 2007 where he mentioned about the reason why Metal Gear Solid 4 will not come to Xbox 360 due to the console's disc size.
Yep. Kojima explained that he wanted to release the collection of for Xbox 360, but the PlayStation 3 exclusive Metal Gear Solid 4 could only fit on a PS3 Blu-ray disc. Quote, the amount of data in MGS4 is just too enormous, Kojima explained on his radio show, thanks Kotaku. Metal Gear Solid would need around 7 DVDs, Kojima's co-host said, as opposed to one dual-layer 50-gig PlayStation 3 Blu-ray disc. You need 7 DVDs just to install the fucking thing.
The Xbox 360 used DVD-9 disc format, which could hold up to 8.5 GB, compared to the PlayStation 3, which used Blu-ray discs that could hold up to 25 GB for a single layer, with the capacity to have up to 4 layers, allowing for 100 GB of data. Of course, I don't think that was the only reason. I believe Sony had a hand in that. They couldn't sit idle and watch games that used to be released first to their consoles slip to their competitors. So they struck a deal with Konami and Kojima to keep the game exclusive to the PlayStation 3. That was a great decision at the time, but the world was different back then. Years later, we can now sense how bad of a decision that was.
I don't know if I'd call it a bad decision.
Fast forward to 2011, Metal Gear Solid the HD Collection was announced, which include Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, and Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. They were released later that year on the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. This was a huge deal back then, as there hadn't been a single Metal Gear game on Xbox platforms since Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance back in 2002. People thought that Metal Gear Solid 4 would join them later, but that didn't happen. Thanks to the release of the HD collection for the Xbox 360, the games within it received backward compatibility patch in 2018 for the newer generations of Xbox consoles. Meanwhile, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 did not get these games at all due to the lack of backward compatibility with PlayStation 3 games.
Now that, by the way, was a massive mistake on Sony's part. One of the biggest things that people loved about Sony for so long was if you had a PS2 and you had a PS1 before it, you could play every single PlayStation 1 game on your PS2. If you had one of the early generation PS3s, you could play like 70 to 80% of all your PS2 and all your PS1 games on your PS3. And then for whatever reason, they decided, nope, we're shit-canning the backwards compatibility. And it was a hit. It was a big hit.
Also, thanks to the fact that these games were released on Xbox 360, it made it easier to port them as part of the Master Collection Volume 1, as Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 uses the ports of the Xbox 360 HD versions of these games, unlike other games in the collection which uses emulation. But with Metal Gear Solid 4, that is a completely different story. Unfortunately, because of the exclusivity deal with Sony, Hideo Kojima and Konami ensured that the game would stay exclusive to Sony's console, the PlayStation 3, and they made it almost impossible to port or re-release the game to other modern hardware. Allow me to elaborate. Unlike porting Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3, porting Metal Gear Solid 4 is not as straightforward as people might think. It would require a massive amount of money and resources to properly port or remaster the game for modern hardware.
Yeah, it would.
There are significant issues that Konami need to address and find a solution for if they want to release Metal Gear Solid 4 from the prison that is called the PlayStation 3.
Agreed.
And you might be thinking, it's probably the engine, which relies on the PlayStation 3 cell architecture. And that is true. However, there are issues far beyond the engine itself when it comes to porting it to modern hardware. Metal Gear Solid 4 was developed using a custom engine that relies on a cell architecture of the PlayStation 3, which was notoriously difficult to work with. And as I remember during the development of Metal Gear Solid 4, Sony had to send some of their developers to Konami to teach them how to effectively utilize the PlayStation 3 cell architecture.
Yep. Now, there's also something for a little bit of context, if I remember correctly as well. During this time for the PlayStation 3, people were still making games for the PlayStation 2. Now, Sony, and I can't remember where I heard this, otherwise I'd bring it up, but Sony, especially when they have developers who they know are going to make games and, they want flagship games for their first, salvo of stuff that's coming out for their latest console, they send them SDKs, software developer kits, right? Essentially what it is it's the console itself, but it's not in the stylized, like, plastic enclosure. So it doesn't look like a PS3 or a PS2. It's basically just a giant fuck-off metal box that mostly kind of resembles a workstation computer at a call center. And that's basically what they have to work with, other than maybe like schematics as to how information is disseminated throughout the system and how it works with RAM and how the RAM interacts with the entire setup. So for instance, like the PlayStation 2, because it also had to work with PlayStation 1 stuff, it had two different chipsets. There was one chipset that would sit there and would run all the PlayStation 2 games, and the RAM would be maxed out all the time, but as soon as you popped in a PlayStation 1 disc and it recognized it was PS1, it'd transfer over to another chipset, and the RAM would act accordingly, as well as the rendering stuff and everything else. And the PS3 was still very much in development because they weren't entirely sure how they wanted to go about it. This was right at the time where the early generations that we saw would come out, and they'd have backwards compatibility for PS2 and PS1, but then later on, I think it was like maybe the third generation PS3 came out and had zero backwards compatibility because they decided to do like the PS3 Pro, but now it's a slim line and you can't fit as much crap in it and like all this shit, and they couldn't figure out what they wanted to do. And because there was a higher demand for graphics and a higher demand for memory and a higher demand for resolution and a higher demand for, all this other crap and response time and frames per second and everything else, it got too much. And Sony was like, yeah, no, absolutely not. Problem with that is that it left developers insanely confused, and there were a lot of titles that, although you had just as many that were really, really, really good, there were probably just as many on the PS3 that were not so good. They could have been a hell of a lot better, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's also because they were using an old SDK, and then now here comes the PS3 Pro, and it runs like dog shit. Even though it should, by all definitions, run faster and run better, unfortunately, they changed a lot of stuff.
Despite this,
I was playing Fallout 4. What the fuck? Okay, that's a new one on me. How's it going, True?
The game was not properly optimized upon release. It didn't even operate at 720p HD. It was operating at a sub-HD and suffered from significant frame drops. To mitigate some of these issues, Konami had to use in-game engine video formats for some of the cinematics, such as the infamous scene where Liquid takes control of the system.
Yep, so what they're talking about is in-game video formats. If I could be very, very much off, but what it's doing is it's not actually playing from the game itself. What it's doing is it's taking a file from the game, which happens to be a video file, and playing that. Unfortunately, you had to do that with PC for the longest time too, but that's obviously another thing that's kind of a problem with Metal Gear Solid 4. What's wild is you could get away with emulating MGS4. Not to the kind of fidelity a lot of the time, and there's a lot of tinkering that needs to be done. I know what you're talking about, and I've seen it, but 90% of everybody who does that stuff has said this is not the full game. This is basically what works right now. So you can do it, but you have to do a lot of tinkering. Like a lot of tinkering. PS3 is one of the most complicated systems for video game consoles in the history of video game consoles. And that's why for years and years and years, people have not been able to do a one-for-one emulation.
Wondered why there were no frame drops despite the complexity of that scene? It is because it's actually a pre-rendered video. Every Metal Gear Solid game since the first one has used in-game engine cutscenes, with a few exceptions for full-motion videos for narrative purposes. Metal Gear Solid 4 was the first to use pre-rendered videos for some of the in-game engine cutscenes, which is a pretty much testament to the challenges posed by the cell architecture of the PlayStation 3. I would bet the PlayStation 3 would melt if these scenes were rendered in real time in-game.
True.
It wasn't until 2009 that developers in the video game industry finally fully figured out the cell architecture and were able to utilize its full power in their games to its full potential. And this has reminded me of an article I read back in 2012. I can't seem to find it now, but from what I remember, it discussed how poorly optimized Metal Gear Solid 4 was.
Also true. By the way, I have to go back. He says, I found the article, but the link was dead. I can't tell you how many times I've done research for stuff and run into that exact problem. So, for instance, there's a lot of stuff that I want to do, but I'm waiting for, like, for instance, Battlefield 6 to come out, right? I have tried everything to go back and find all of the apology letters that EA has done in the past, and I literally get stuck on, I think the last one that I can find is Battlefield 4. Battlefield 3 shit, where they first started going, we understand what you're saying and we hear you, the most notorious one, almost impossible to find now.
But from what I remember, it discussed how poorly optimized Metal Gear Solid 4 was, due to the lack of understanding of the cell architecture. If Metal Gear Solid 4 had been delayed and released by the end of 2000...
I have a used PS4 and could get a copy of MGS4 for like $20 off the net. Yes, you absolutely could, but that's not the problem. The problem is the fact that the PlayStation 3, or I should say the PlayStation 4 does not have backwards compatibility, period. So, you have to have a PlayStation 3 in order to play this, right? And because of the age of the PS3, more often than not now, you're probably going to find that the more you play with a PlayStation 3, the higher chance it is that something is going to go wrong, because it is planned obsolescence.
9 or early 2010, the game would have likely performed better compared to its original release in 2008. And if the game had also been released to the Xbox 360, the game's performance would have been significantly better compared to the PlayStation 3. Despite all of that, Metal Gear Solid 4 features some amazing visuals thanks to its strong art direction. These visuals have indeed stood the test of time well. It's almost magical how the game operates given how rough the cell architecture is, with no game-breaking bugs or crashes. Imagine being able to experience these visuals at a higher resolution and a higher frame rate, surpassing what the PlayStation 3 could offer. So yeah, dealing with the cell architecture would be nightmare for porting the game, but it is not impossible. Look at how many PlayStation 3 games ended up being ported or remastered for the PlayStation 4. Games like the Uncharted series, The Last of Us, God of War 3, and many more.
Right, but again, and here's the issue, he's talking about Hideo fucking Kojima, right? It's very possible, because I've never seen this video before, it is very, very possible that he talks about this a little bit, but Koji Pro in particular was notorious for mapping out exactly how everything works on a game console before they actually got to develop the game, so that when it came to doing things that Kojima wanted, they could figure out ways of making the PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3 do things that literally no other game could do before or since. That's the massive difference. So yes, people finally figured out how to work with the cell architecture of the PlayStation 3, and that's all well and fine, but there are still things today that Metal Gear Solid 4 did that nobody else has ever done. Ever. Sober, what's going on, buddy?
They all got higher frame rates, better resolution, and improved visuals overall. There is no reason why Metal Gear Solid 4 can't get the same treatment as these games and be ported as well. But keep in mind, porting these games were not an easy task. Back in 2014, I read a tweet from one of the developers of The Last of Us talking about their experience porting the game from the PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4. It took them 14 months to properly port the game, and The Last of Us was made by Naughty Dog, one of Sony's bigger studios and pioneers in graphics and game development. So, here's the problem. Konami is in charge here, and based how they poorly handled the Master Collection Volume 1, I am not confident they can do a good job.
Well, hang on. How old is this? This is a year ago. Okay, fair enough. It's a year ago. When Master Collection Volume 1 came out, it was rough. I will agree, it absolutely was rough. The emulation for Metal Gear Solid 1 was pretty crap and kind of all over the place, and there was a lot of latency between what you would do in terms of hitting a button or using the analog stick on the controller and something actually happening in the game. That was a massive problem for me and many other people, as well as the way that things were worded, and I don't know if it was maybe a translation issue or maybe they were trying to sell it more so than what they could do at the time, but they also promised things like, oh, experience Metal Gear Solid 1 in 1080p, when you weren't. Instead, you got the black bars on either side of the screen and you were only able to play it in, the 480 4x3 format, and that was it, but it was upscaled to fit a 1080p screen. See what I mean? So, yeah, one of those deals.
Porting and re-releasing Metal Gear Solid 4 will not be a cakewalk. Like I said earlier, it will require a massive amount of money and resources to properly port or remaster the game for modern hardware. Considering the poor launch of the Master Collection Volume 1 in 2023, which was plagued by numerous bugs and issues, some of which Konami are still addressing to this day, it is very clear they are struggling even with basic issues like the game being locked at 720p resolution, which was quickly resolved by the PC modding community within an hour of a release. It's been 10 months since the launch, and Konami is taking their sweet-ass time with fixes. I guess that's what happened when you hire an incompetent developer. So, based on that, do you think Konami can afford the time and resources?
Well, okay. Also, it's not just that they hired a developer that isn't necessarily the best. It's also, and this is something that a lot of people overlook, and this is a Konami problem, it's the fact that these video games are being re-released by committee. Meaning that everything that happens with those games has to be mulled over by a boardroom filled with probably the better part of about 30 fucking people, and they all have to give their input. They have to micromanage every single little thing. They have to figure out where things are wrong. They have to figure out why things are wrong. They have to figure out how long it's going to take to fix the problems. And then they talk to the developer, and the developer goes, okay, well, these are the issues. This is what we're currently working on, and so on. And then they go, okay, fine, but you still have to do all this stuff, and we've got a deadline that's coming up. We've hyped the crap out of it. We have to get this out. We absolutely need to get this out. And then the developer goes, okay, yeah, no problem. And then the developer starts cutting corners, because then you go through QA, but even if QA knows about it, which I guarantee they did, they could mark it down and they could list it as a problem, but then the developer goes, and this is something that happens across the board with most game development, they go, okay, we understand that you said there's a problem, but let me ask you this. Does the fucking thing run? And they go, yes. Okay. Does it make the game shit the bed? No. Then don't fucking worry about it. That's usually the type of conversation that happens once you get close to crunch time.
to handle the porting process for Metal Gear Solid 4 and release it to multiple platforms. Do you feel they will be able to do a proper job? Only Konami can answer these questions. But aside from the technical and graphical aspects of porting the game to modern hardware, there is something else that many people are forgetting. Legal issues that Konami need to figure out as a company. Specifically, there are licensed content issues within Metal Gear Solid 4 that need addressing.
Massive licensed content issues. For instance, and everybody forgets about this one, Apple. They have to get the licensing rights for the original Apple iPod. Imagine going to a company like Apple that for most of their employees, you have to fill out a form in triplicate just to take a piss while you're supposed to be on the floor for technology that is so old it doesn't even exist anymore.
In my opinion, I think licensed content are dumb, stupid, and a plague in the video game industry.
Okay, and that's all well and fine. I understand licensed content is, in his opinion, is dumb. And I don't necessarily disagree with him, but I think the one thing that he's overlooking is that it's not just Metal Gear Solid 4. It's not like MGS4 is literally the only game out of the franchise that has to worry about licensing issues. All of the stock footage that we saw in Metal Gear Solid Delta, that is all licensed and Konami had to pay for. Everything, all the stock footage and everything that we see in Metal Gear Solid 2, that is all licensed footage and that is stuff that they have to pay for. Everything that we see in Metal Gear Solid 1, all that stock footage, they were only able to get like 98% of it, and there were only a grand total of, I think, like maybe 5 scenes that they actually had to change, specifically because they had no idea where to find the people who own the fucking license to it. Because, again, the game is so old, the companies that own some of those licenses don't exist. So I get what he's saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with him, but unfortunately that is also and will always be the nature of the beast.
Especially if they are completely meaningless and does not add anything to the experience. Of course, there are...
No, it 1,000,000% adds something to the experience. Money. That's why they take those licensing agreements a lot of the time, right? If Sony goes, hey... If Sony came out tomorrow and said, hey guys, we are announcing Metal Gear Solid 6, right? You go to literally anybody that played video games back in 2015 or 2008 or 2004, and they know just how big Metal Gear Solid is. If there was to be a Metal Gear Solid 6, not that I'm advocating for it, but if there was a Metal Gear Solid 6 that was to come out, everybody and their mother would be lining up to throw money at Kojima because they'd want him back. But we know that's not going to happen. So instead, they'd go to Konami and they go, okay, you own the licensing rights and you own everything that's Metal Gear Solid, so if we can put our product in there, we'll give you a crap ton of money in order to put towards the development of it. And then they make a deal. This was in an age where games benefited from advertising products rather than now where products benefit from being put in games now. Yes, there are... you're mostly right. But there are some games that, if they were to ever come out, would absolutely just go back to the way it was, right? If there was ever a Metal Gear Solid 6 and it was, God forbid, Hideo Kojima ever came back and said, you know what, I want to team up with Konami again, and me and my guys, we're going to go to town and we're going to make a Metal Gear Solid 6 and we're going to wrap everything up and do all the stuff and so on for Konami, it would be such a massive deal that literally anyone and everyone and their mothers would be literally just paying out the nose to have their products put in it. Imagine the amount of products that would be that would be put in a heartbeat in something like GTA 6. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. But the difference is that Take-Two doesn't need it. Take-Two has the money, right? Konami doesn't. Konami is a holdings company, and up until the last few years, Konami hasn't been doing all that well in the video games industry because of the old CEO when Kojima was around that said, I don't like video games and I don't care. And we're going to be doing gambling instead because it brings us billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. And then the Konami games department actually fucking tanked to the point where most, if not all, of the original people that were there from the beginning, not just Kojima and Koji Pro, but everybody was pretty much let go. Right? So Konami is a holdings company, and that's fine, but now they have to get their footing again. Take-Two doesn't need the money. Neither does Rockstar, because every single time they make something, it's lightning in a bottle. It is magic, and everybody loves it, and that's fantastic and good for them. But then you still have a company like Konami who still has to get back into it. So product placement in a new Metal Gear game, guarantee it would happen. 100%.
Games where it benefits from the inclusion of licensed content. But my issue here stems from the lack of commitment from the publisher towards these licensed content. I want to ask this question. If you are not going to commit to renewing license you have paid for, why include licensed content in your games at all?
The reason why is because of money. Literally, I just said that. It's because of money, right? Apple is not a stupid company. Sophia, good to see you. How you doing? How are things? But yeah, Apple is not a stupid company, right? If Hideo Kojima comes knocking on Apple's door and says, hello, Mr. Steve Jobs, sir, I would really, really appreciate it if you could put our stuff in, I'd really like, because I love your product, I'd really like to use the Apple iPod in my latest Metal Gear, video game. They go, okay, wait a minute, Metal Gear, why do I know that? Oh my God, wait, really? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, we could work out a deal, absolutely. Because all they have to do is spend 5 minutes on the internet, and they know that literally Hideo Kojima is, at the time, the biggest fucking game director in the world. Ever. Just fine and dandy, good. I honestly wouldn't doubt if a huge chunk of production costs for GTA 6 are music rights. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised either. Not at all.
Why not create your own content instead of relying on others? How many games have been pulled from the digital storefronts due to expired licenses? Let's take a recent and clear example you are likely familiar with. Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 were removed from the digital storefronts in November 2021. The reason? The licenses for the historic archival footage used in both games had expired.
Okay.
These iconic titles vanished from the PlayStation 3 network, PlayStation Vita network, Xbox Marketplace, Nvidia Shield, and PC GOG store for Metal Gear Solid 2. Imagine two of the greatest games of all times become unavailable for purchase digitally anywhere because Konami didn't renew these licenses.
No, it's not that they didn't renew the licenses. It's that the licenses end after a certain period of time. The way that it works is that the license is purchased and there is a set amount of time that is given for those licenses. When that runs out, they have to renegotiate. That's all there is to it. That's literally all there is to it. They have to renegotiate because if you got a game that's 20 years old, well, let's face it, the market changes, right? So now, if you are a license holder for some of that stock footage, which, by the way, was needed because it was all within context of what was happening in the game and showing different things that were going on outside of what's happening inside, in that game world itself, and building up history and things like that, it's a hell of a lot easier to get stock video war footage, and that's fine. But those people, although they're getting paid, the license holders, they're typically taking money, and then it's a loss for them, especially after 20 years of use, because Konami pays once. Most of the time, I would say Konami pays once, and then that's it. So they just write a check, and then for the next 20 years, they can use your fucking shit for however long they want in that game. The market changes. People change. Companies change. Licensing agreements change. They have to agree to it legally. They don't have a choice. Once that contract is up, it is illegal for them to keep using that footage.
It wasn't until May 24th, 2023, during the PlayStation Showcase, that Konami finally announced the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. This collection included Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3, with some adjustments made to the licensed content within the games. It turns out Konami had to remove the games due to 4 footages whose original companies no longer existed, and Konami couldn't locate the current owners. So, out of fear of risking a potential lawsuits, the games were pulled from the digital market.
Well, duh.
The Master Collection was released on October 24th, 2023, nearly 2 years after these games were pulled from digital storefronts. But guess what? That is not the end of the story. When the HD Collection was released in 2000...
Well, hang on a second. The other bit of context that we're missing here is that when Konami pulled them, there were articles that were written because people were wondering what was going on, and Konami specifically said that they had to pull it because of licensing issues, but that in some way, all of those games were going to return. They just never gave us a time frame. So it's not like overnight Konami went, oh shit, it's been 20 years, and they just fucking hit the delete key a million times. No, they knew it was coming. They came up with a statement in terms of why things had to be removed and what they were going to do going forward, and promised people that they were going to come back in some way, shape, or form with all these original games. But because of the way that copyright law works, and because of trying to find the original owners and everything like that, there were things that might need some changes, and they wouldn't really know until they did all the research, or were able to, or not able to, find all of the people that were license holders anymore. So it was a waiting game not only for us, but for Konami. This is all stuff that's been stated many, many, many times. So that 2-year waiting period, was it the most fun thing in the world? No, but at the same time, at the very least, it was understandable.
2011, Konami only renewed the licenses for the archival footage for 10 years. And that blows my mind even more. Konami knew these licenses would expire someday, but didn't take action. This means the same issue could repeat itself when these licenses expire again in the future. Okay,
but there's a massive, massive difference between what's going on in today's world versus what was going on in 2008. The difference is that I have the Master Collection Volume 1 for Metal Gear Solid on Steam. I also have Metal Gear Solid Delta on Steam, which means that it doesn't fucking matter to me or any of the millions of other people who have already purchased it or will be purchasing that stuff within the next couple of years, because even if it's taken off the Steam store, because it was purchased, I still have it. So it doesn't matter. The reason why it mattered the way that it did for the longest time is because the only place you could play most of these games was literally through either some sort of PlayStation 1 emulator or original hardware, some sort of PlayStation 2 emulator or original hardware, and some sort of PlayStation 3 emulator or original hardware. Or you could go on to PlayStation Now and you could play it by streaming it from a server that was set up to play PlayStation 1, 2, and 3 games. And that was it. So for a while, there was no way to play most of these games. Nowadays, with the Master Collection Volume 1, Metal Gear Solid Delta, and so on, we can play these games and they are digital, and because we already own them, we're not getting screwed. We're not getting screwed at all. We also don't know, by the way, how much more expensive it was to get this archival footage to have it be kept in compared to how much it was when these games were originally made. So instead of 20 years, now they got to shrink it down to 10 because there's a lot more money that's probably changing hands.
Whether in 10, 15, or 20 years, who knows? This wouldn't have happened if only Konami had produced their own content instead of relying on licensed material.
Wait. Why are we blaming Konami for this? This was an executive decision made specifically by Kojima. All of the archival footage that we found, that we see in those games, was specifically put there by Kojima. Kojima probably would have stabbed someone if they tried to change something without his consent. So why is Konami being blamed for this? This is not a Konami problem. This is a Kojima problem. Let's put the blame where it is. And at the time, it made sense. So now we're blaming the wrong person for a problem that wasn't a problem 20 years ago because people couldn't get their hands on some of the best games in the world for 2 years. And then at the time that this was made, unfortunately, those games needed quite a bit of updating and work and everything else. But they got there, and we're pissing and moaning about this because ... question mark?
And you will not have to deal with the headache of keeping an eye on them. It is these licensed content is what prevent games from remaining on digital storefronts or being ported or remastered once licenses expire. And thanks to these licensed contents, many older iconic games can no longer be played or purchased due to the expiration of licenses and publisher refusal to renew them. Anyone remember Outrun 2? One of my favorite arcade racing games of all times? I wonder why it's no longer available for purchase. Alright, it's because the license to use Ferrari cars expired, and I don't think Sega have the intentions or the resources to renew it.
Okay, but the biggest difference is that Ferrari is now one of the most expensive companies to work with in literally anything. And I'm not kidding. Even Cologne. Okay? And I know this because I have some Ferrari cologne, and it is really good stuff. But I bought that shit in 2007, 2008, and I treat that shit like it's made of diamonds. Because even then, a bottle that's comparable in size would cost somewhere around $12 to $15. The bottle of Ferrari that I have, when I bought it, was $60. So, geez, I wonder why you can't or you don't want to pay a licensing fee for Ferrari anymore. When we're talking cars that literally, if you sell one of Ferrari's cars, because they sell a very, very, very small number every single year of Ferraris, but if you buy one of their cars, you are significantly impacting the amount of people that are actually going to be able to work for the company. How insane is that?
And sometimes money is not the issue. Sometimes it is the legal complications that can happen to a game which prevent the publishers from doing anything with it. And you might be wondering, what all this has to do with Metal Gear Solid 4? Well, Metal Gear Solid 4 is jam-packed with licensed content.
Yep.
Let's start with the biggest, most obvious example, the iPod. Yes, the same iPod that Apple released back then. In the game, you can use the iPod to listen to music and even tune into a special episode of Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
And now, Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Also, you can see Otacon uses Apple computers and monitors, and in Act 5, he's seen using an Apple laptop.
Yeah.
Now imagine Konami approaching Apple, one of the biggest companies in the world with a market value of $3 trillion, to renew the licenses of these products in the game. That would be funny, right? Apple would likely demand a huge fee.
Of course
Maybe
they
around
would.
50 million. Yeah, good luck with that, Konami. There are also Playboy magazines. I don't know why they have decided to license that in the first place. Couldn't they have used local Japanese models like they did in Metal Gear Solid 2?
No, because the problem is that it was not necessarily a Konami decision. It very, very well could have been a Kojima decision. Kojima knows everybody in the gaming industry and most people in the entertainment industry. Would it surprise me in the slightest that Kojima knew Hugh Hefner? No, absolutely not. Why would that surprise anybody?
Why did Kojima think it was necessary to include a brand that doesn't really add value to the game?
Okay, he's adding things like that for world building. And I know that sounds really stupid when there's a Playboy logo on my fucking screen and on your screens, but he's doing it to mix the real world with his world. That's what he does it for. Why is it that he just didn't come up with an MP3 player so he could play the songs and stuff like that the same way, but it wasn't labeled as Apple? Well, because literally the biggest piece of tech at the time was the Apple iPod. So it didn't make any sense for them to not have an Apple iPod in literally one of the biggest game releases of all time. Right? At the time, Playboy was still at the top of their game. This was before they got rid of the full nude stuff. And they were still, I mean, you could see everything in Playboys, right? They were still at the top of their game. Playboy had hit probably like their third or fourth wind at this point, and they were still doing really, really, really well. Why wouldn't, if you have the technology and you have the money, why wouldn't you? Especially when you want to take real world stuff and your world stuff and merge the two with the way that the writing works in those games and the way that reality absolutely creeps in on those games and is also used for historical purposes for those games and ties into those historical purposes very, very well, and so on. You can do a lot of world building. So even something as stupid as Playboy being in a Metal Gear Solid game is more world building because everybody knows what Playboy is. Everybody knows what an Apple G4 is or a G5 is. Everyone knows what an Apple notebook is. Everybody knows what an Apple iPod is, and so on. That's why they do it. Especially Kojima.
Maybe they had extra money and they need to spend it somehow. There's also the Regain 24 energy drink, which seems to be nothing more than a product placement advertising. And I believe some of the weapons names in the game are also licensed, though I'm not entirely sure about this. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And finally,
I guarantee that some of the weapon names are absolutely licensed. I would 100% guarantee that at least some of them are.
You have Sony's products all over the game, starting with the DualShock 3 controller. And yes, the DualShock 3 sucks. If you control the Metal Gear Mark II and take a look at Snake's hand, you will notice he is holding a DualShock 3 controller. And in the Nomad, the airplane that Snake and Otacon travel aboard, you can find a PlayStation 3 in the room where Sunny stays. Sometimes, you can even spot Sunny playing with a PSP. Also, remember the infamous Kodak call from Otacon when you hit to the blast furnace in Shadow Moses? Here, I'll let it play.
Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 for disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon. Get a grip.
Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
As you guys can see, in order for Metal Gear Solid 4 to come to modern hardware.
Although I would say it would have been really, really funny if they did end up releasing this for Xbox 360, which would have been a fucking terrible idea because he's already been through it. It would have taken 7 discs just to install the game versus 1 Blu-ray disc, which is what it ended up being on for the PlayStation 3, because then they'd have to change it and they'd have to bring the voice actors back specifically so that you'd have something go, hold up, wait a minute, Snake, you need to change from disc 3 to disc 4. Oh, what's wrong? You can't find disc 4? Well, sucks to be you, bud, because you're on an Xbox.
Konami needs to address the licensed content within the game by diving into the game's code to either rebrand them or remove them completely from the game. Or, Konami could negotiate with the owners of the licensed content to renew their agreements, but I am skeptical that Konami will pursue this option. Like I said, licensed content sucked, but it can be resolved if Konami is willing to put in the effort. They could port the game from the PlayStation 3 sales architecture and address all these licensed elements within Metal Gear Solid 4. By doing this, it would pave the way for a release on modern hardware. But there's one problem, and it is something I don't think you, my friend, will like.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
All right.
Do you truly want Metal Gear Solid 4 to come to modern hardware?
Yes, 1,000,000% I do. And here's why. The reason why is because we are now entering a time period where PlayStation 3s are becoming more and more rare in terms of ones that are working. People, in terms of mom and pop shops that do video game exchanging and stuff like that, unfortunately are also going the way of the dodo, which means that there are less and less places that are technically adept enough to take apart a PS3, fix it the way that it needs to be fixed to make sure that it runs properly, and be able to get the parts from a place like Sony so that they can make sure that those PS3s still keep going. So what ends up happening is people go online or they go onto YouTube and they find an instructional video on where to get these parts and stuff like that, and then try and do it themselves to keep a PS3 running, and holy shit, now the fucking thing doesn't work and I've got a dead PS3. Right? That's kind of the issue. So yeah, I absolutely do want MGS4 to come to modern hardware because it's the only way to save the game. This Goose Game, not yet, but we're getting there.
Before you answer, I want you to pause this video and think about this question really well.
Way ahead of you, buddy.
Be honest to yourself.
Yes.
If Konami invested resources and money to bring this game to modern hardware, would you purchase it on day one at full price?
Yes.
And by the way, I don't think Konami will sell this game at a cheap price, given the amount of work required to port the game to modern hardware. Just like how the individual games on the Master Collection Volume 1 were being sold for $20 each, Konami probably gonna charge $40 for Metal Gear Solid 4 alone at the very least. And because of that, I don't even think they will bundle Metal Gear Solid 4 as part of the Master Collection Volume 2.
No, that's not true. I think they absolutely will, but I think we'll be looking at an $80 price tag. I think that's what we're going to end up looking at, because Peace Walker is going to be the same way, Metal Gear Solid 4. I personally don't think that Portable Ops is going to make it. If it does, maybe as one of the extras like Metal Gear 1 and 2 did, but it's not one of the flagship games, so it's entirely possible that they just put the MGS5 Definitive Edition in there. But I think we'd be looking at about $80, because $80 across the board and millions of people buying it would absolutely more than cover what they would spend in just the first weekend. 100%.
If that will exist in the future. And if they did end up bundling it as part of Volume 2, I don't think the other included games within Volume 2 will be much of a value, unlike Volume 1. So, I will ask again.
Wait. Why wouldn't it be as much of a value? Peace Walker has already got an HD remastered edition. That was something that came with the HD remastered versions done by Bluepoint. So there's 2 out of 3 games right there that have incredible value. Not to mention, aside from the HD remastered version of Peace Walker, the only other way to play Peace Walker legally and not having to deal with emulation is by playing it on a PSP, which hasn't been around for as long as Metal Gear Solid 4 has been on the PlayStation 3.
Would you get Metal Gear Solid 4 in your favorite hardware on day one? Or will you wait for a sale? Or perhaps you're not planning to get the game at all?
Day one, period.
And let's be real here. You might think you want this game, but in reality, you might not. It is just that you are frustrated that Metal Gear Solid 4 is stuck on the PlayStation 3 and you want it to be free from it. What you really want isn't just the game itself, but the convenience of access. You want it within your reach so you can jump in whenever you are in the mood for it. And I have talked to a lot of people in regards of this matter, and they all share a similar sentiment. They appreciate having the game available, but they are not necessarily eager to play it.
Whoa, hang on. No, I am 1,000,000% eager to play Metal Gear Solid 4 on something that isn't a PlayStation 3 emulator or a streaming software or a streaming site like PlayStation Now was. I am more than eager to play this because this literally lumps everything in. And whether or not this is like, a person's favorite game, I understand that out of the Metal Gear franchise, but it is an incredibly important one to somebody like me or somebody like, people like the guys over at OHN or anybody else who sits there and does Metal Gear Solid marathons. It's incredibly important. Not to mention, it's also incredibly important to a lot of the people, the same people, by the way, who sat there and pissed and moaned and bitched, understandably, when Master Collection Volume 1 came out, because Metal Gear Solid 1 ran like dog shit. Metal Gear Solid 2 had problems, although I didn't experience them. Metal Gear Solid 3 had problems, although I didn't experience them. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 both had some problems, although I never experienced them, right? The same people would absolutely go nuts and buy this day one full price. 1,000,000% they would.
Hardcore fans of the series who will likely get the game on day one, I don't think casual players are particularly interested in the broken mess that is called Metal Gear Solid 4.
It's not a broken mess.
Let's face it, unlike its predecessors, Metal Gear Solid 4 is not a great game, and that is the sad, ugly truth that most people seems to ignore.
That's
Metal Gear Solid
false.
4 is a very flawed game. It has a lot of design issues that cannot be fixed no matter what. These include a broken balance between cutscenes and gameplay, a slow pace due to frequent cutscene interruptions, questionable retcons, a massive drop in gameplay quality after Act 2, and the unappealing nature of the gameplay itself. You play with a very old man with...
Okay, wait a minute. So all of the things that he just listed are incredibly subjective. So for him to come out and say, "Oh well, I mean, it's not a good game. It's a subpar game because of all these," those are his opinion. If he doesn't like Metal Gear Solid 4, that's all well and fine, but I guarantee you that I could run a poll, and if I could get enough people to actually look at the poll, like if I did something on Twitter or something like that, I guarantee you, almost unanimously, there would be a shit ton of people that would want Metal Gear Solid 4 onto modern hardware. 1,000,000%. Regardless of what this guy thinks, Metal Gear Solid 4 is a majorly important part for the entire story. So if you don't have that, then you have to go back, which I've done in the past, and have to explain for about 4 hours what happens in Metal Gear Solid 4 that ties it into Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, and Phantom Pain. And it is a massive pain in the ass. Massive pain in the ass. So that's subjective at best.
He can barely stand on his feet, and the gameplay resolved around the mechanics of playing with an old man. His movements, his attacks, his CQC, his roles where he sometimes get a back pain from it. Although they are intentional aspects of the game design, it is so unappealing to the casual audience. Unlike the smooth, agile movements...
It's not supposed to appeal to a casual game player. Metal Gear Solid 4 was never supposed to be something that appealed to a casual, right? It's never been that way. Never, ever, 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 ever been that whatsoever. Surprisingly enough, I've heard a lot more than not that the game is just a movie game, really, and you can go without playing it and just watch it. No, that's absolutely complete bullshit. The reason why things are done the way that they are done specifically is because of the success of Metal Gear Solid 3, and Kojima didn't want anything to do with the Metal Gear franchise anymore, but then some fans took it upon themselves to send death threats to both him and Konami, and he relented and said, fine, you want another fucking Metal Gear game? Here's your fucking Metal Gear game. I'll give you the answers you're looking for, but you ain't gonna fucking like it. That's why it's done the way that it's done. Because it's just as much thank you everybody for all the years of support and thank you everybody for all the love as it is a giant middle finger to literally all the fucking idiots out there who decided that sending death threats to Kojima and Konami was a good idea.
Venom Snake in the Phantom Pain, for example. And guess what? Konami knows that too well. That's why they haven't dropped any hints about bringing Metal Gear Solid 4 to modern hardware.
By the way, this is a year old, so they have since come out and talked about this. They 100% have. But again, I'd like to know what ridiculous retcons he's talking about, because there are no retcons. Again, Kojima specifically gave people answers that they didn't like, because those were the only answers that he had. Because at the time, people couldn't easily get their hands on Metal Gear 1 and 2. So people don't know who Dr. Madnar is. Right? I guarantee you there are a bunch of people who are playing Metal Gear Solid, whether it be 1, 2, 3, Delta, and so on, right now, who have literally never played Metal Gear 1 and 2 and have no fucking idea who Madnar is. And aside from the multiple cameos that Gray Fox had in Metal Gear Solid 1, have no idea of any of the backstory other than the very general premise that is presented in Metal Gear Solid 1. They have absolutely no clue. They have no clue about who Big Boss is, other than the fact that he's supposed to be dead. They have no clue why that's such a big thing. They have absolutely no clue who any of the other bosses are. They have no clue who Madnar is. They have no clue what was going on with Gray Fox. They have no clue what was going on with any of the stuff in those first two games. So he gave people answers. He did. But those aren't retcons. He used characters that people knew specifically because if he didn't, people wouldn't get it. And because people couldn't get their hands on something that for the longest time was locked to the MSX and MSX2. Which at that point were literally two game consoles that hadn't been around for over 30 years.
It is not worth it. And as a hardcore fan of the series, I can easily see why it wouldn't be worth putting in all that money and effort to bring the game to modern hardware. And don't get me wrong, I really want to see Metal Gear Solid 4 on modern hardware. Enjoying the game in a higher resolution, steady 60 FPS...
So wait a minute. Now this guy is saying... This guy just told us you think you want it on modern hardware, but you don't because the game sucks. And then immediately turns around and says, don't get me wrong, I really want it on modern hardware.
For image quality and overall improved performance. This is a game that won multiple Game of the Year awards in 2008 and significantly boosted the PlayStation 3 sales worldwide upon release. But realistically, the odds are against it. Konami is a business, and from what I can tell with Metal Gear Solid 4, the investment might not be worth it for them. However, I could be completely wrong, and Konami might surprise us. It all depends on whether they are willing to invest in winning back fans and rebuilding trust, whatever it takes. It is a tough road, and if they decided to step back, I wouldn't blame them.
Okay, so that means that the title of the impossibility of MGS4 on modern consoles is wrong. That also means that the last couple of statements that he made are not only completely subjective, but also wrong, because they have come out and they have talked about it. They may have talked about it not directly, but they have said that they are working to get the rest of the Metal Gear Solid games to a Master Collection Volume 2, and they are working diligently on it and stuff like that. And this was all done after the video was made. But he also said, yeah, you only think you want MGS4 on modern hardware, but you really don't, because the game sucks dick. And then in the next sentence, he goes, no, I mean, I really want it on modern hardware. After he made us ask ourselves, do we really want it? And then told us, no, we don't. So which one is it?
Thank you for watching, and have a nice day.
But here's what I am going to do. I'm going to like it at the very least. Please, please, please go like. I'm actually going to subscribe to Jaguar King. I don't agree with some of the things that he did say. Granted, this is a dated thing, and I understand that. But at the same time, there are things that I don't necessarily agree with, but it was a very well done video. He did explain most of the stuff very, very well. So please go give it a like, and please subscribe if you like his stuff. We have one more video, and then we're getting into Goose Game. And this is the one that I really, really wanted to see, which is called The Inevitability of Metal Gear Solid 4 on Modern Consoles, done by a different person, far as I know, called Perfect Stealth. So let's see what this one has to say.
Whether you're a fan of Metal Gear Solid 4 or not, it's undeniable that it holds a significant place in the Metal Gear saga.
True.
The game's potential inclusion in the Master Collection Volume 2, or as a standalone remaster for modern platforms, has sparked much debate. In this video, we'll clear up the misconceptions surrounding the feasibility of porting MGS4 and explore why it's a worthy investment for Konami. Let's get into it. I won't claim to be an expert on the inner workings of the PS3 or any console for that matter, but through my research for this video, I've gained a bit clearer of an understanding of how the PS3 works. A major point of discussion among gamers and developers alike is the PS3 cell processor. The PS3 cell processor was a major breakthrough in technology, allowing the console to handle complex tasks simultaneously. Imagine it as a powerful multitasking computer, which was fantastic for creating detailed and immersive games. However, this advanced technology also made the PS3 challenging for developers to work with, as it required new programming techniques to fully utilize its capabilities. For Metal Gear Solid 4, Hideo Kojima's team, like many other developers at the time, faced the formidable task of leveraging the cell processor's unique capabilities to bring their vision to life. MGS4 was a highly ambitious project with a lot of complex elements, from its detailed graphics to its intricate AI and expansive world design. The development team had to push the limits of the PS3's hardware in order to achieve the game's high level of detail. Kojima Productions invested significant time and effort into mastering the cell processor. Their success is a testament to the potential of the PS3 when developers were willing to invest the time to understand and exploit its architecture. The difficulty of porting MGS4 to other platforms isn't just about the PS3's unique hardware, it's also about the tightly integrated nature of the game's design with the cell processor. The game's code was finely tuned to exploit the strengths of the PS3 specifically, making it challenging to adapt for other systems without significant reworking. But
True. Not to mention, and I said this before, that the problem is that you had the early versions of the PS3 that were backwards compatible with PS2 and PS1 games, and then they completely pulled a 180 and then took all that emulator stuff and all the different chipsets out of the PlayStation 3 and then released an entire line after, I think, the second generation of PS2s that came out, an entire line of PS3s that had zero backwards compatibility. So now, not only has the way that it plays games changed, and the amount of games that the PlayStation 3 can play has changed, but also how it operates. Even though it still worked off a cell architecture, you're taking out things that were originally designed to work with it, as well as, in some cases, possibly aid in things working the way that they should. Let us not forget that you cannot play a Metal Gear Solid 4 on a slim PS3. You can't. You have to have what's known as the original Fat Boy. That's the only way. The game does not work on a slim PS3 unless there are people out there in the modding community or whatever that have finally figured out how to do it. But for the longest time, you could not play this game on a slim PS3. You just couldn't. It would not work.
There is another developer that pushed the boundaries of what the PS3 could do, potentially even surpassing what Koji Pro did with MGS4. That developer is none other than Naughty Dog. Games like the Uncharted series and The Last of Us were initially crafted with the PS3's unique architecture in mind, but have since been reworked for newer consoles. Naughty Dog's team meticulously adapted their code to accommodate the differences in hardware, optimizing their games for improved performance and visuals on contemporary systems. This process of adaptation and optimization demonstrates that while challenging, the porting of a PS3 title like Metal Gear Solid 4 is feasible. There's an excellent video from a Naughty Dog developer that goes into great detail about the process. It'll be linked below. There's also the fact that Koji Pro got MGS4 running on the Xbox 360 back in the day. This has been reported by Ryan Payton and Hideo Kojima himself. They both mentioned the game can and has been made to run on a 360, and the only real reason it didn't release on that platform was because of the game's size. There is no mention of the game being impossible to port for other reasons.
Wrong, actually. It literally said in the video that we just watched, and this was from the Kojima podcast, that not only was it too big of a size and you'd have to put it on 7 HD DVDs, but it was way too complex. Way too complex. So even if you could port the thing and play it, you'd only be able to play it at a fraction of how it's supposed to be played, or experience it at a fraction of how it was supposed to be experienced, because of the complexities of the cell processor, and the game was specifically made with those in mind. Versus trying to port it to the Xbox 360, which for all intents and purposes was light years behind the technology of the cell processor at the time.
Kojima even mentioned his interest in potentially releasing MGS4 for the next generation of Xbox consoles at that time. And we haven't even gone over the incredible advancements to emulation that have happened within the last decade or so. If a bunch of hobbyists, albeit incredibly talented hobbyists like those behind the most popular PS3 emulation project, our PCS3, can figure out how to reverse engineer the PS3 to the point that it can run MGS4 in 4K and 60 frames per second, I think Konami can put a team of talented programmers together to get this done if they haven't done so already. Finally,
if I'm being completely honest, I think they should give everybody who is currently working on our PCS3 a job. That would probably save them a hell of a lot of time and money in research.
I want to mention that if Sony really wanted to, they could bring PS3 emulation to the PS5. The PlayStation 5 is plenty powerful to run PS3 games at native resolutions. Hell, I've seen handhelds weaker than the PS5 run Metal Gear Solid 4 at a steady 60 frames per second. This would, of course, require Sony to spend money and manpower toward this project, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that it is possible. The main obstacle in all of this is the fact that these companies would need to invest money in either of these projects. We're going to get into the topic of Konami and how likely they are to do something like this in just a bit. For now, I want to get into the next big elephant in the room. Metal Gear Solid 4 is filled to the brim with product placement, from Apple products like Snake's iPod, to the iMac and MacBook that Otacon uses, to things such as the Regain energy drink and Playboy magazines. In order for MGS4 to be re-released in any capacity, the agreements for these items would need to be renegotiated, or the items would need to be removed or altered in some way. We've already seen examples of this happening in other Metal Gear games like Peace Walker, in which the brand name items like Doritos and Mountain Dew were changed to generic potato chips and canned soda in the Western releases of the game. Kojima is a massive fan of product placement in his games. He seemingly likes to incorporate the things he consumes or is a fan of in real life into Metal Gear, and even into a more recently released game, Death Stranding. And even that game got its Monster Energy drink product placement removed for the director's cut. This type of thing happens all the time in the games industry, and it's not really a massive barrier against re-releasing a game. There's been some confusion over the years with how product placement and licensing items works relative to video games. The way the Apple partnership, just as an example, initially went down was probably something like this. Kojima and Aki Saito scheduled a meeting with a team at Apple and displayed their interest in showcasing some of the more popular Apple products at the time that they themselves used on a daily basis. If you need further proof,
be back in a while if my headache goes away. Okay, Sophia, no worries.
there's a podcast found within the iPod in-game in which Ryan Payton and Aki Saito explain the process of how the Apple products came to find themselves in MGS4.
You worked on this project. You worked on getting approvals from Apple. Can you talk about that process of getting the iPod into the game, which is very cool?
Yes. Well, you know, Kojima Production always comes up with cool ideas, and at that time, still is. You know, everyone has an iPod as their favorite music player, and we thought, as Hideo, Mr. Kojima, is a great Apple fan as well. We thought that why not we put the actual iPod in the game and for Snake to use as an item, which is a cool idea. So it was really fun working with Apple because they're really nice guys actually.
Apple would then be the ones to decide how much they want to give Konami in exchange for the promotion of their items. This money would go to the overall budget of the game. In some cases, Apple could ask for a percentage of the game's sales. So just as an example, Apple might have asked for 2% of MGS4's total sale revenue after a predetermined period. Konami would not be forced to pay Apple anything if MGS4 is re-released unless this is explicitly mentioned in their contract, but they would have to reach out and ask for permission to use their branded items again. Depending on what exactly was written and agreed to in the original contract, Apple may be able to ask for compensation, but if they agree to allow their items to remain in MGS4 indefinitely, including any potential re-releases in the future, Konami is good to go on all fronts. The inverse of this makes no real sense if you think about it. It's just hard to imagine a scenario where Konami would greenlight Kojima to approach Apple with some outrageous amount to then feature Apple's products and promote Apple's brand in his game. What exactly would Konami get out of it? If this is the case, then I can kinda see why Konami fired Kojima almost a decade ago. It's just not good business sense.
Okay. Except for the fact that there is literally, and I can't believe we're still having this conversation in 2025, there is still no evidence, no hard evidence that says that he was fired. There's none. Zero.
Either way.
There is absolutely evidence that he parted ways, or that he maybe was asked to leave instead of being fired so that he could save face, and that's all well and fine. But Konami's bitter year-long breakup with Hideo Kojima explained. Guarantee most of the stuff that came out in 2015 worded it this way, or it was asking if he was flat out fired. And I know this because I went through all of this stuff doing research for that script and stuff. I did all of that research.
To see why Konami fired Kojima almost a decade ago. It's just not good business sense. Either way, the point is, we obviously don't know the details, but even if the worst case scenario ends up happening and Apple wants nothing to do with the re-release of MGS4, all Konami needs to do is change the branding of these in-game items, and they can get pretty damn close to the originals if a game like GTA 5 is any indication. Look just how close their iFruit phone, an obvious parody of the iPhone 5S, gets to the original. It even uses the same exact font. It's not like they would need to completely change every single aspect of the textures or models. The various PlayStation branded items are even more of a non-issue, considering the Master Collection Volume 1 is on PC, Xbox, and Nintendo platforms, complete with the PS1 console models in MGS1. And speaking of MGS1, we've already seen evidence within the Master Collection Volume 1 that Konami is willing to make changes to textures in order to avoid copyright issues. Diazepam, before being picked up, used to display as a white cross with a red background. Due to real-life organizations like the Red Cross being a bit more strict with their copyright, this was changed to a white cross with a green background in the Master Collection. And while I know this is probably a much easier fix than what awaits them in MGS4, it still shows that they are ready and willing to make changes. Furthermore, Calorie Mate, a well-known recovery item, is still present in the Master Collection of MGS3, showing further proof that product placement is no massive barrier to re-releasing a game. Now you may be asking yourself about the arsenal of weapons found within MGS4. Well, the same discussion we just went over still applies to the topic of weapons. However, it might be a little more complicated with weapons and arms of any kind due to real-life tragedies that occurred after MGS4 originally released.
Yep.
Eurogamer has an article touching on this and the history of licensed guns in games. I'll have that linked for you in the description below. Gun manufacturers also have much more strict rules and policies developers must abide by. Things such as their weapons can only be used by the, quote, good guys and no terrorist groups. Guns must also look, sound, and fire as close to their real-life counterparts as possible. Personally, I think this would be a harder license to renegotiate over things like Apple products or Regain, but again, even when faced with the worst case scenario, Konami has options. And you don't even have to look very far off for the most likely solution. Metal Gear Solid 5 has 0 licensed weapons, instead opting to take inspiration from real-world arms and creating their own in-universe weapons with original naming conventions as well. The SVG-76 is obviously heavily inspired by the AK-47, the SC-336 SMG by the MAC-11, and the M2000 Sniper D is inspired by a Remington 700. While I don't mean to imply that this modification of weapons and items will be a quick fix or easy by any means, it can be done. The real question is whether Konami is willing to dedicate the money and manpower toward achieving this, which happens to be our next topic. Konami has, in the eyes of many, deservedly caught a bunch of hate in the past and has ruined their public image. Whether it was because of whatever went down between them and Kojima, the release of Metal Gear Survive, or the fact that they allowed some of their biggest IP to rot for years, fans have not had the best image of Konami for quite a while.
That is true.
I've been extremely vocal about my main issue with Konami, the fact that over the years they were not transparent with us, the fans, at all. Up until last year, Metal Gear itself was dormant since 2018, with pretty much no news about the series' future. However, since the Master Collection Volume 1 and Metal Gear Solid Delta were announced, it genuinely seems like Konami is entering a new era. I can't speak for other Konami franchises like Silent Hill, but at least when it comes to Metal Gear, it does seem like they are trying. And I know the Master Collection Volume 1 launched to some mixed reviews, and the communication and handling of its release could have both been handled much better, but it seems like they are receptive to our feedback now more than they've ever been. This is evidenced by the Metal Gear Production Hotline videos they've been posting every few months. In the latest episode, you can see all of the fan feedback they've been aggregating, and when I say all, I mean all of it. Even hate comments from fans stating that they ruined Metal Gear and that they should just quit and let the franchise die. It's all there for everyone to see in an official Konami livestream archived on their channel. This would have never happened just 5 years ago, let alone a decade ago. Noriaki Okamura, the developer you keep seeing pop.
So Fafo asked, I believe it was the day before yesterday, who was the person directly that was in charge of Metal Gear Solid Delta? There he is, Noriyuki Okamura. That's the guy.
Up in the Hotline videos and even other outlets like the Xbox Podcast is a Koji Pro veteran that has been around since the very beginning. He has stated multiple times that they welcome this fan feedback, and he even urges fans to keep it coming and to keep them, Konami, accountable. I personally believe him, and I don't think this is all just lip service to win back fans. The Master Collection Volume 1 has been patched multiple times, fixing the various errors that have popped up, with promises of more patches that further improve the collection on the way. You might not like the cadence at which they're releasing these updates, but at least they're updating it. The HD collection only received patches for things such as the ability to use transfarring for save files and options to go to the main menu in the case of Peace Walker HD. Things like the codec delay in MGS2, missing textures and effects, and even typos were never patched like they have been in the Master Collection. So what does any of this have to do with MGS4? Well, for one, there are still plenty of fans out there that think Konami is incapable of taking on the task of porting or remastering MGS4 for modern platforms. Taking away personal emotions and biases against Konami and looking at the state of things objectively for a second, if MGS4 has ever had a chance of escaping the PS3, now is its best chance. The Master Collection Volume 1 insinuates that there will be multiple volumes of Metal Gear game compilations released in the future. Konami has also stated that they want the Master Collections to be the definitive collections of the Metal Gear saga. I just do not see how they can make a statement like that and not have Metal Gear Solid 4 included in some capacity.
I completely agree with that. If Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2 does not have Metal Gear Solid 4 in it, then there's no reason to have a Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. There just isn't. Peace Walker, much as I love the game, is way too fucking old, was already on dated graphics, the pacing for it is dog shit, and the story is incredibly confusing if you are just playing it for the first time. Not to mention, most people won't realize that there are two endings, and only one of them is the true ending after you finally decide, I'm going to keep playing this after the first false ending happens. There's nothing to indicate that there is a second ending that is actually the true ending to Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. So Peace Walker cannot hold Metal Gear, the Master Collection Volume 2 by itself. If you do not have Metal Gear Solid 4, you do not have Master Collection Volume 2.
Konami isn't Capcom. They have not been knocking it out of the park with their remakes for years now. They also don't have new entries to beloved series holding strong with massive anticipation from their fans. They cannot afford to brush a game like Metal Gear Solid 4 off. They cannot play the, well, Metal Gear Solid 6 is on the way, so just play and enjoy that card. If the Master Collection Volume 2 is truly meant to be the second volume of the definitive collection of games, there is just no way that Metal Gear Solid 4 shouldn't be included.
That's true.
There is evidence already out there that Konami at the very least has MGS4 in mind to some capacity. On the official Metal Gear Portal site, found within the history section, you'll find a timeline of the Metal Gear canon. You'll notice that the games included and playable on the Master Collection Volume 1 are outlined in red and are clickable, which then takes you to a landing page giving you a brief history of each game. Upon entering the source code for the page containing the timeline, Metal Gear historian Nitroid discovered that the remaining games are also set to have clickable links, presumably setting the page up for future releases of these games in a future Master Collection. Included in this list is Metal Gear Solid 4, as you can see. While this doesn't confirm anything, it does show that MGS4 is at the very least being considered in some way. Finally, to put a bookend on the topic of Konami, I think it's important for fans to remember that this isn't the same Konami from nearly a decade ago.
True.
The higher-ups in charge of the decision to let go of Kojima are no longer in those positions. The people in charge of actually working on Metal Gear seem to care about preserving the series and also about creating remakes that do the originals justice. To make a blanket statement that Konami is incompetent and doesn't have the capability to tackle the porting of MGS4 takes away from the hard work, expertise, and dedication of these individuals.
Also
many of
true.
which have been around since the very first Metal Gear Solid and all the way through to the creation of MGS4. It's easy to forget that there are actual human beings behind the scenes who have been honing their craft for decades that still work at Konami. Those are the people who have been tasked with keeping Metal Gear alive for the next generation. I think we can all, at the very least, give them our support and feedback while they try to figure things out. Regardless of how you or I may feel about MGS4, objectively, there is no reason to be against the porting or remastering of this game.
True.
If you feel that Metal Gear Solid 4 doesn't live up to the Metal Gear entries that came before it, that is your prerogative and your personal opinion. And that opinion has absolutely no bearing on the fact that MGS4 is integral to the Metal Gear saga. It's
100 million% true. We watched what the other guy said. The other guy sat there and said, do you really want it? No, you really don't, because the game sucks. He went into this subjective thing, giving his opinion. He is more than within his rights to have an opinion on it. But to say that the game is unimportant to the entire franchise, you might as well just take out MGS1 and say it's not important. No, like, no bullshit. You might as well just say that. You might as well just go, oh, yeah, no, fuck it. Might as well just take out MGS1 too, because it's not worth the hassle to build an emulator that's going to work and work properly in order to make sure that the game is going to work. So, and it's not really all that important to anything that goes on in the franchise anyway, so fuck it. Just get rid of MGS1. That's how stupid of an argument that is.
It's a game that deserves to be easily accessible on modern platforms. From a video game preservation standpoint, a game like this needs to be preserved and playable on consoles and platforms that will be around for the foreseeable future. The same exact argument for the existence of something like the Master Collection Volume 1 and all of the game that it contains can be used here. I see no real reason why Snake's Revenge and the NES port of Metal Gear 1 should be preserved, but Metal Gear Solid 4 shouldn't. There are also...
That's incredibly true. For those who don't know, Snake's Revenge was not done by Hideo Kojima and was fucking horrible. But Konami took the time to make sure that Snake's Revenge was preserved. So even though it's not exactly their happiest of Metal Gear memories, it's there for everybody to see, warts and all. And Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of the more celebrated additions to the Metal Gear franchise.
So thousands upon thousands of fans out there that have never truly experienced MGS4 for themselves and have had to either watch a playthrough on YouTube or just skip out on the game entirely. It's easy to forget, with the series being 30 years old, that not every single Metal Gear fan was there at MGS4's original launch. There has been a huge influx of new players, and especially players from the younger generation that got into Metal Gear via Rising or even promotional events like the Metal Gear crossover with Fortnite. There are also tons of fans that love Metal Gear Solid 4. In fact, it's their favorite Metal Gear game of all time.
Yep.
Those people deserve to have access to their favorite game without having to keep a console from 2 generations ago plugged in.
Here's one. I will do you one even better. And this one might upset a couple of people, but if I'm being honest, this is something that I just thought of because of these last 2 videos, okay? Metal Gear Solid Delta just came out, right? Aside from the crashing issues that I had, I did not have any issues whatsoever. Now, there is one caveat to Metal Gear Solid Delta that I forgot to go over yesterday. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater is done for a couple of reasons. One, because it is the most celebrated game in the entire franchise. 2, because it has gone down as one of the best video games in the history of video games. And 3, and most importantly, because even though people are interested in Metal Gear Solid, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're willing to go back to a game that was made probably before they were born and deal with really clunky controls and fixed camera angles that are very restrictive and things like that. And let's face it, aside from the Master Collection, you can't get the HD remastered versions anywhere else anymore, right? So that's the only way that you can play Metal Gear Solid 3. But if they're trying to re-release everything in canonical order, that's all well and fine. But if that's the case, why don't they just do what they did with Snake Eater with Metal Gear Solid 4? That way, you wouldn't... I mean, it would still take time and research and everything to figure out, okay, how do we do this in Unreal, or how do we do, all these different things that were in it. But now they don't have to worry about trying to emulate anything or port anything over. It could literally all be built from the ground up, and they just take what they need. Right? If they still have all the character models, they could take the character models, use that for a basis to dump into Unreal to update them and everything graphically. They can recreate all the set areas. They can recreate all the guns. They can take out the stuff that needs licensing but is way too expensive, and so on and so forth. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater was made for a new generation of people to get into the Metal Gear franchise. And there's nothing wrong with that, and generally speaking, they did a really good job, and they also did something that I have to applaud them for, which is play it safe, and did very, very, very minimal in terms of changes to what we see in cutscenes or maybe some added dialogue. They did an incredibly, incredibly good job with that monumental task. the same thing could be done with Metal Gear Solid 4 to at least preserve the game so that we're not missing out on it. That could be done.
Not to mention that even the most adamant Metal Gear Solid 4 haters would at the very least consider buying a port or remaster that runs better than the original game, even if that means waiting for a sale or not purchasing it day one until reviews have come out for it. Now is the time to rally together as Metal Gear fans and show Konami that we do want a Metal Gear Solid 4 remaster, or at the very least a port playable on modern platforms. We need to show them that it would be worth their time and money. The appeal of a potential remaster or port extends beyond nostalgia. It's about honoring the game's impact on the series and making it available for future generations to enjoy. I made a video of my impressions after playing Metal Gear Solid 4 in 4K and a smooth 60 frames per second, so check that out if you want to see just how amazing the game can look and play. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Totally fair. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to subscribe. I highly suggest that you do the same thing. I really, really like how this guy put everything together. Especially where he said, oh, well, you know, people talking about the game sucks or whatever. That's totally subjective. You're more than within your rights to have that opinion, but that's all that it is. It is just an opinion. So yeah, I've subscribed. Please, please, please go do the same thing. I would greatly appreciate it if you did. We are done with videos for today. We're done with videos. We are now going to do something, and I know Spoiled was looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to it as well. There we go. I'm just waiting for everything. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Okay. Untitled Goose Game. That's what we're doing tonight. Single player. Press X to honk. Oh. Goose. Okay, left trigger crouches. I have a boot. Bend down to pick things up off the ground, left trigger and B. Nice. I have a ball. Spread wings. Sandwich. My sandwich. Now it is Lake Sandwich. Perfect. to see your to-do list. Oops. Get into the garden, get the groundskeeper wet, steal the groundskeeper's keys, make the groundskeeper wear his sun hat, rake in the lake, have a picnic, which is bring to the picnic blanket a sandwich, apple, pumpkin, carrot, jam, thermos, radio, and basket. Oh. Okay, zoom in, zoom out. Eat a dick! Mikey's! Shit. Going in for the kill! Oh, fuck! Hang on. Got him! Ha 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 ha! Mikey's idiot. Damn it! Fuck! No, 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 you asshole! God damn it. Carrot. Rake in the lake, have a picnic. Ooh, I gotta get a rake, huh? Rake in the lake. No, come here. Gimme. Thank you. My rake. Fuck. No, no, no. Don't. God damn it. Asshole. Give me the keys! I will give me the break, son of a bitch. Yeah, you're missing a carrot, you dick. No, no, no. The only reason why is because I can run out and I can drop the keys somewhere, so he's got to go get them, and I have time to grab the rake. That's the only reason why. My carrot, asshole. Go Go fuck yourself. I can hear him. Quiet, rake. Perfect. Okay, what's next? Bring the picnic blanket. I gotta find the picnic blanket first. Hang on. That better not be this. That is not a picnic blanket. Aha. Okay. Sandwich, apple, pumpkin, carrot, jam, thermos, radio, and basket. All right. Well, I can get some of those things. Move. Move, rake. No. God damn it. There. Okay. Then we got apple. Then basket. Basket. Okay, what else? Pumpkin, carrot, jam, thermos, and radio. Okay. Okay, now I gotta get a pumpkin. No, you fucking... Aha! Dick. Got the pumpkin. Jam, thermos, and radio. Got it. That's okay. Gives me time to get the jam. Do not mind me, sir. I am just a goose. Perfect. Okay, so it's just the thermos and radio now. Nice. Hello. Fuck. There. Yeah. Where'd your fucking shovel go, dick? Perfect. Yeah, you got your rake. Now what? Okay. Then the only thing I have to do is make the groundskeeper wear his sun hat after I finish the picnic. All right. Haha. Idiot. Doesn't matter. I had a picnic. Go fuck yourself. Okay. Now I need to make him wear his sun hat. And make the groundskeeper hammer his thumb. Oh, boy. Where is the sun hat? Ah. How the hell am I supposed to get that? This guy is dense. What? Got his thumb. Nice. Nope. Okay, how do I make him put on his hat? That's the only thing I have left. Okay, well that's clearly not working. Okay, well, it won't let me do that. Damn it. The Untitled Goose grabs the tulip in the garden and then makes the groundskeeper put it back in back. The Untitled Goose can grab his hat when he's bending down to... Oh, okay. How's goosing going? So far, so good. This is the only thing that I have left is, getting the groundskeeper to wear his sun hat. Okay. What? What do you want, Dick? Making a dash for the lake. There. Take your fucking hat, idiot. Now it's all wet. trying to figure out what grass, though, which I probably should have done beforehand, but, you know. No. Oh, okay. Got it. At least I'm assuming that's probably it. Oh, fuck. No. No, 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 no. No, you go away. You get away from me. My hat. Fuck you, my hat. Nice. Okay. That's it for this area. What do we got next? Damn it. I sound like a gonk droid. Open the gate. Do it or I will honk once more. I like this game, just causing chaos. Okay. Break the broom, trap the boy in the... Oh, in the phone booth. Okay. I gotta get him in the phone booth. I'm a goose. I can't bite the ball. Get in that phone booth. Get in there. Okay. Make the boy wear the wrong glasses. Make someone buy back their own stuff. Get on TV. Go shopping. Oh, God. Hello. I'm going in. Damn it. Hello. I'm on TV. No, mine. Bitch. Okay, now I gotta break this broom. Where could I bring the broom to break it? Uh-oh. Okay, so where can I bring this broom to break it? Yeah, your broom's gone. Now what? Fuck that kid up. Oh, damn it. I hate that kid. He must be killed. My fucking plane. Make someone buy back their own stuff. Oh, okay. I love games like this. I really do. What's that price gun? That's not a price gun. I think this is toilet paper, which is awesome. I'm going to do the most unimaginable evil thing in the world. Now it's wet toilet paper. Perfect. You monster. Yes. So I think of your carrot lady. There. I took a leak as well. What? Don't look at me. I'm just a dumb goose that you'd rather hit with a broom. Yeah. Sucks to suck, doesn't it? You shut up, kid, or I'll kill you. Now the gardener doesn't care. Hello, ma'am. Oh, what happened to your broom? Sucks to suck, doesn't it? Yeah, you can't chase me around with the broom anymore, can ya? You don't know where it is, do ya? Yeah, you heard me. Bitch. You ever been attacked by a goose, kid? Yeah? You want to keep it that way? Then shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, sucks to suck. You don't have the broom, do you? Oh god, I'm stuck. There. Got your radio, idiot. Pick up the pricing gun and the walkie-talkies. You're gonna have to get the prices on those. I will fuck you up, kid. I swear to God. Nice red shoelaces. It'd be a shame if anything happened to him, would it not? Did you price check those items, lady? There. Have fun finding your glasses, idiot. Now I gotta find another pair of glasses for this kid. Ah, yes. I see. I feel attacked as a bespectacled person. Don't step on him. Oh, I think I broke the kid. There we go. Come on. Come on. Idiot, you can do it. They're right there. What do you... Jesus Christ. Bro. Dude. I didn't take your fucking eyeballs. I took your glasses. They're right there. Oh my god, this kid sucks. There. Sekiro may have technically won 2019 Game of the Year, but I think we all know the real winner. True. How you doing, Doc? To be fair, I suck at fighting things without my glasses, too. Yeah, that I understand that. But literally, he was inches from glasses. Like, even to the point where I honked, and his face was buried in them. Okay, what's next on the list? I still gotta break the broom. Maybe his vision is Velma bad? Possibly. Okay. How do I go about breaking the broom? You have untied shoes. That's no good, so you need to break that broom. When she gets ready to shoo you, grab the head of the broom. Oh. So I gotta bring the broom back. Okay. That one I never would have figured out. Hello. I am a goose. Oh, look at that. There's the broom. Yeah. Gimme. Got it. Idiot. Okay. Make someone buy back their own stuff. The shopkeeper will set it up as if it's an item for sale in the boy. Oh, okay. So I gotta scare him into going to the shop. That's the only thing I can think of. Run! I will kill! Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. What basket? But I need toothbrush. I got toilet paper. Wet toilet paper, but I got it. I need hairbrush, tin food, cleaner, fruit, and veg. Oh. Okay, but what basket? Oh, I see it. I see the shopping basket. Okay, we got the fruit and veg. That's fine. Oh, I burped. Toothbrush, toilet paper. Oh, toilet paper I can do. Don't you... That's fine. I already got some of your veggies. You just dropped it? Why? That doesn't even make sense. Damn it. There. Okay. Can I? I can. Perfect. It doesn't say where to go shopping, it just says to go. That's fine. Is that in? That's in. Okay. Now I need a toothbrush. That is not a toothbrush. I need cleaner? Oh, god damn it, lady. Oh, the actual, like, glass cleaner looking one. Okay. No geese. What a bitch. Oh, just had it. Nope. No, no! No, that's not it. Oh my god. There. Make room, toilet paper. Perfect. Okay. Tinned food. Okay, hairbrush and toothbrush. I'm not seeing any toiletries, though, so I'm wondering if they're in the garage. Hmm. Well, I know what to do about the shopkeeper. That's easy. Yeah, go get your chalk, lady. Go ahead. I see that ripcord. Damn it. I'm gonna keep taking your shit until you pay attention, lady. Idiot. The way they did the dynamic music is so cool. It really is. I really love the way they did the music in this game. Okay, toothbrush. Oh, well, there's the hairbrush. Grab that. Damn it. Oh, okay. It still counts. That's fine. So now I just need the toothbrush. Where's the toothbrush? Oh, is that by the trash can too? Oh boy. Hmm. Nice. Nice. Got him. Okay, what is next on Goose Adventure? Ooh, I bet there's something to do with that fountain. Can't get in there yet, though. Uh-oh. Is there anything? No, not here. Okay, yeah, I got all that. Aha. Nice. Nice. I don't even know what this is. Oh, it's a bow. Okay. And a penny. Wonder if I have to put that penny in the well. Probably. Okay, so I can't go in there just yet, but... Oh. Okay. Make someone break the fancy vase. Help the woman dress up the bust. Okay. Make the man spit out his tea. Get dressed with a ribbon. Get dressed up with a ribbon. Make the man go barefoot. Do the washing with a bra, a pair of socks, a slipper, and a bar of soap. He doesn't know what to do. Make the man spit out his tea. What if I pooped in his bird bath? Oh, this will make him spit out his tea. Fuck you and your roses. Damn, these metal gates are not fun. Nice. Okay. I got a slipper, but I have to do the washing, and I don't know where the washing is. I'll put that one there. Dump those all in the big fountain. Oh, okay. Pair of socks and a bar of soap. Yeah, so I need both socks. What are you doing, lady? Come on. There we go. Perfect. Oh, shit. I might be stuck. Uh-oh. Oh, I just found out how to fuck that guy's tee up. You'll never see it coming. It's okay, sir. Don't worry about it. Nothing could go wrong. Just drink your tea. There you go. Good. Paper's down. Pick that tea up. And... perfect! I'm kind of screwed here, though. Yeah, now what are you gonna do? Now we're both stuck here, stupid. You're gonna need those shears. Help the woman dress up the bust. What are you talking about? Oh, this one here, okay. Come on. God damn it. Well, what do you want me to do, lady? I'm stuck in here. Just untie the gate. We just gonna... Okay. Yeah. Your shears are out there. So that means you have to... Come on. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Going to get the sock. Okay, now I need a bar of soap. I think it's got to be in the guy's yard. I could be wrong. I was wrong. Fantastic. Wait, there was soap near the back of the woman's garden? Ooh, I burped, excuse me. Oh, I see it now. Perfect. Get dressed up with a ribbon. Okay. That's kind of a tough one. Come on. Yeah, now she has no idea where her goose went. Yeah, it's over here, idiot. What are you gonna do? Come on, lady. You do like two... She literally just, like, paints with the brush, like, twice. That's all she does. And then she puts it back down. Like, what do you have the memory of a goldfish and you got inspired? Wow, thanks, lady. Now you see the shear. Okay. That, whatever. Yay! Okay, so I gotta make the man go barefoot. Help the woman dress up the bust. Make someone break the fancy vase. So if I bring this over here... Douche. Yeah, it's in there now. Now what? Huh? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna take those two. I'm gonna take them. I'm gonna take them. Oh, he just throws them back over? Wow, what a dick. Meanwhile, her bra and her socks are in here. Come on, go barefoot, idiot. Oh my god. Yep, you gotta go barefoot. No, or that. Dude, what is wrong with you? You're not walking around Nice. You're not walking around in one soaked slipper. Ew. That's just as... that is just as grievous as fucking walking around in wet socks. So it's literally just make the man go barefoot. That's all I gotta do here. Ew, bro, why? What is wrong with you? Wet slippers? Oh, Jesus. We've all had wet socks. Now, I can understand if nobody's had wet slippers before, but if you have, you know what I mean by the terrible squishy feeling between your toes when you walk in wet slippers. I gotta wait for this guy to pick everything out of the water fountain. What do you want me to do, idiot? You're the one picking the stuff out. There we go. Perfect. I look regal as fuck. Fafo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Come on, bro. Pick up that paper. You know you want to. What? How do I make him go barefoot, I wonder? You know how uncomfortable it is to walk in only one slipper? Begin sipping his tea. This will make the other slipper available to grow. Oh, okay. I love games like this. There was one I played a while ago, and it's called Thank Goodness You're Here, and it was the exact same way, and I loved that game. Bro, I haven't moved. Eat a dick. Make someone prune the prize rose. Oh, dude. The slippers are gone, man. And your pipe. Well, the pipe you can save, but those slippers are fucked. How am I gonna make someone prune the prize rose? Ooh, wait a minute. Aha! I see now. Because she's gonna trim that hedge. And that rose is gonna be fucking annihilated. Lady, what are you doing? You can't reach the... Oh, God, she's dumb. Yep. You need those. It's true. You got it. Oh, okay. Now we're just painting. Oh, no, we're not. We're looking at thing. I still gotta help the woman dress up the bust. I forgot about that. Oh, God damn it. Okay, now for real, grab the... Oh, Jesus. Lady, that's not how... Okay. Spectre, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Okay, good. Now go and cut that rose. Nice. Feasty, what's going on? Long weekend, so you bet very good. Awesome. I'm doing really good. What the hell is she thinking of now? Nice. Damn it. Uh-oh. There we go. Not sure the goose is the bad guy in this section. Both of these neighbors suck. This is true. How you doing, Feasty? How are things, buddy? Help the woman dress up the bust. Jesus. Just started a new Helldivers 2 character on PC since progress does not carry over from PSN. Oh, okay. Pipe hat and a pair. Oh, okay. I gotta use that stuff. Gotcha. Dealing with a death pretty hard, but surviving? I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. That really sucks, man. Been a rough year. It's definitely been a rough year for people. Dawn coming in with a raid. Dawn, thank you so much, buddy. How are you? Can we get a shout out for Dawn? I would appreciate it.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Pixel Pixie, good to see ya. Doing very well. How did you like Or how are you liking, I guess, MGS Delta? You thought all the screaming was in-game audio. 9.5 out of 10. Totally fair. Now, have you experienced any of the stuff that people have been talking about? Realize legacy controls cannot be customized to match PS2. Well, I mean, here's kind of the problem with that, right? Is it's antiquated at best. There's a reason, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but there's a reason why the HD editions got rid of those controls. You know what I mean? Because, let's face it, they were good for the time, but at best, even when the HD remasters came out, they were antiquated. Very antiquated. And even for MGS, they were antiquated. Textures didn't load for some routes. They were bright cyan. So that's something that I did bring up, is there's a batch loading issue when it comes to loading cutscenes sometimes, and that's an Unreal 5 problem. Hopefully they can talk with the UE developers and they can get that fixed. I didn't have that one in particular, but there was one where after you meet Eva at the top of the mountain, and she shows you Groznygrad, and then she takes off and goes off the cliff on her bike, right? And then Snake's watching Volgin and Tanya and the boss and everybody, and he's watching them through the binoculars. When it cuts back to him looking at them through the binoculars, there was a batch loading problem where some of the textures took a little bit longer to load. Are we talking about Snake Eater? Yep. I love how the records and tips are all in the pause menu for easy reference. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Saw some of those for a split second. Yeah. Didn't even know it was out. Yep. It came out yesterday. Well, it fully released yesterday, but if you pre-ordered it, it came out on Tuesday. Yeah, the quick load is really good. The quick load is really, really, really good. Fun hunting down the film reels, the new well, so here's the thing. You're probably not going to be able to get all of them in one go. Which is fine, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. Because it offers a lot more replayability. As well as... the demo theater. The demo theater is another thing that offers a lot of replayability, which I really, really like. They didn't have to go as hard as they did, especially with the Guy Savage stuff, which, by the way, was awesome. So you're playing another stealth game? Absolutely. Oh, the Guy Savage stuff was great. It only lasts about maybe 20 to 30 minutes max, but it's really, really, really good. Nice. Hell yeah. The honk. Yep. Let me see. Okay, I got all those three. I don't think I'm in the right area yet. What do you think about the updated AI? I honestly didn't have much of a problem with it. I thought it was really well done for what it was. You don't want to change too much. Only because then it wouldn't be as authentic. So that doesn't bother me at all. Did some get harder and some get easier? No, I think what it is, if I'm being honest, is I think right now we're looking at stuff through rose-tinted glasses, and the biggest thing for some areas, especially at least for me, when it came to fighting the end, was that if I played the original or I played the HD remaster, I've beaten both of those games God knows how many times, right? I know those areas like the back of my hand. But because of the way that everything is set up now through Delta, that entire area where you fight the end is very alien. So I think that's part of what's going on, is we're experiencing it through UE5 for the first time, and we're going, oh wow, this is pretty, this is so cool, and stuff like that. But again, there are some areas that just feel incredibly alien, and I think that's part of what's going on. I wouldn't be surprised if the next time I play it, I cut it down to like maybe 11, 12 hours. Well, actually, I could easily cut it down to 12 hours, assuming they take care of the crashing issues, because I did 12 hours and 45 minutes, so I'm sure I could get it to under 11, in all honesty. My goal nowadays is 11:55. Fair. And chances are I probably would have done it in under 12 hours. But my biggest issue was every hour to an hour and a half it would crash because of the UE5 fatal error. So, yeah, there were a couple of places where I had to go back and, like, redo what I was doing, which took up time. Without those crashes, I'm sure I could have done it sub 12. That's unfortunate. Hopefully the next run is smooth. Yeah, I'm... Honestly, I think it probably will be. Give Konami time, because it took them a little bit, sure, for Master Collection Volume 1, but in all honesty, I think they did a fantastic job with Delta. I think the other thing that you have to remember is, and I brought this up earlier, Delta is not meant necessarily for the hardcore fans. It's meant to bring in people that are new to the franchise. In that sense, they played it safe. That was the smart move. They did everything really well. There are a couple of cutscenes that they expand upon, maybe like a line or two extra of dialogue in the cutscenes, but I think they did a fantastic job. But again, I really feel like this is to bring new people in, and they're starting from it, they're doing it in chronological order, and they're starting from the beginning. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. However, I do think that people are going to, let's just say for the sake of argument, that they go through the entire series. Like they do a Delta for every single major release, or, you know, mainline game, right? Peace Walker included. They do that, that's all well and fine, but if they're doing it in chronological order, the problem becomes that people are going to miss out on certain things. So there's not going to be as much emphasis as there should be on things to us that played it in release order that really do matter until they go back and they play it in the original release order. That's the only downside that I see. That really is the only downside, right? So, but they do add some really good context to stuff through Delta. Now, I won't spoil it because I know that you're not there yet, but there is a cutscene that you will hit, and you go, ooh, they just connected the dots really well. And that's all I'll say. And they did a fantastic job with it, and I applaud them for it. But yeah. I think there will be some stuff that people are probably going to have an easier time picking up on, and then there's also going to be a lot of stuff that people are probably going to have a harder time picking up on for sure. So, yeah, I think they did a great job. I really do. Starting with Snake Eater is good, but after that, yeah, they can chronological or release. Well, okay, see, the problem is that they've already screwed up chronological. Or, sorry, they've already screwed up release. So, what the hell? So the issue becomes that, oh, there we go. The issue becomes that things that you, like, if somebody's getting into it for the first time, they're not going to know why people make fun of Rykov. Right? That's number one. They're never going to understand the lightning bolt on his banana hammock. They're never going to understand the fourth wall break when Volgin grabs him by the dick. They're never going to understand any of that. Because if they're only starting with Snake Eater, they have to wait through one, and I'm lumping two games into one because one's a precursor anyway. So 1, 2, let's say they don't do Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. they have to wait for 4 more games before they understand why people made fun of Rykov, why Snake gets grabbed in the dick, and why the lightning bolt is on his banana hammock. They're not going to get it. So it's definitely stuff like that. Oh, I love the adaptive piano in this, for sure. Or here's another one. Here's another one that people are going to forget, right? Because you've already been past this point. Metal Gear Solid 1. We already know what Metal Gear Rex looks like. Metal Gear Solid 2. We already know what Metal Gear Ray looks like. If somebody is coming in for the first time with Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, they're not going to get the references for, and possibly not remember the references of Granin doing the schematics for Metal Gear Rex, or the model of Metal Gear Ray on the counter behind him. They're either going to completely forget, or they're never going to put 2 and 2 together. Like, I can completely understand, by the way, why they did it with Snake Eater. Sure. It's the most popular. It's the fan favorite by far. And it's the beginning. I understand it. I'm not saying that I disagree with it in terms of, like, from a business standpoint at all. But people are going to miss out on stuff. And then there's going to be a whole new generation, or multiple generations, of people that are going to do nothing but sit there and make videos that are just crap because they don't understand what's going on with Metal Gear. Big Shell would be interesting, so minimalist, but when are we going to see it in detail finally? Well, again, here's the other thing, too, is that you have things in Metal Gear Solid 2 that are only relevant if you play Metal Gear Solid 1. Right? So it's fine that MGS2 would have to come out after MGS1, again, you know, assuming they want to go the Delta series route. That's cool, but again, the problem becomes is I feel like people are going to kind of forget about the entire concept that is supposed to be 2 trilogies, basically. Goose! Yes! They're sober. Sneaky just like a really good way to show off the new tech. Honk if you love pizza. Done. I just found Big Shell is more of a challenge because of how simple it looks compared to Shadow Moses' industrial look. Well, again, the reason they did that specifically was because of how the PS2 works. So if you highly detail the environment, which for the PS2 they did, you can't do it with the characters, otherwise everything's just going to kind of go to crap. If you do it the reverse way, then everything that you're walking around in looks like crap, but the character models are highly detailed. And it takes you out of the story because you're walking around in essentially something that looks like crap. I'm always here. I'm just usually like neck deep in dusty tomes. Nice. There is a plate. Steal a pint glass and drop it in the canal. Set the table. Knife, fork. I got the plate, and I need pepper and a candle. Oh! Does the DuckTales theme give me PTSD? No. Honestly, it doesn't give me PTSD, but I actually really enjoy it. My pepper! Bitch! Pepper and candle, okay. I need the fork. There. No, I love the DuckTales theme. Okay, I need the knife. Shit! Lady! Damn it! Potato Chan, how you doing? It's good to see ya. Hello? Shit. You fucking... There we go. I missed. Damn it. Perfect. Now I need pepper and a candle. Glad the shit disturber genre of games was invented. Scroll with a gun last night was hilarious. Squirrel with a gun was amazing. And I haven't beaten it, but I did quite a bit. And I really, really like that game. We're definitely going to be going back to that. I'm doing okay, Potato Chan. There's the pepper. Now I just need a candle. Where's the damn candle? Yeah, it wanted me to set a table. There's the candle. Perfect. Uh-oh. My candle. Go away, lady. Damn it. Nope. Okay. Candle. Nice. There we go. Okay. Break the dartboard. Get the toy boat. Make the old man fall on his bum. Be awarded a flower. And steal a pint glass and drop it in the canal. Damn it. Crap. Oh, well. Just find it funny streamers have heart attacks every time the DuckTales song comes on. If you know, you know. I don't know of any streamers having heart attacks with the DuckTales theme. Nice. That's not stream sniping, though. Unless they're doing it literally outside. Make the old man fall on his bum. Oh, okay, so I gotta wait for him to... Yep. Nice. Got him. Yay! Okay. What is next? Okay. It's literally just steal a pint glass and dump it in the canal. That's not terrible. Oh, balls. Ooh. No, no, no. Bro, what are you doing, idiot? Now we're soft locked. There. Don't. And you broke it. Good job, idiots. So that's 3 pint glasses I've broken. I gotta open that up. Maybe they'll respawn or something if I leave the area. Nice. Okay, so I can drop it in the canal from here. Is that a goose doing the... Jesus Christ. Is that a goose pulling a liddy? Or the gritty, I think it is, actually. Yeah, so where am I... Where am I going to find a pint glass? Okay, good. Pint glass is back. Nice. There we go. Fuck. You gotta be shitting me. I got it all the way over here. Oh, and of course, there's a spot right here where I can do exactly what I was trying to do. Play sad trombone. Come on. There we go. Idiot. Trip. Good job. Now what are you gonna do? Hmm? Yeah, thought so. Hmm. Bye-bye. Gotcha. Okay, what is next? Drop a bucket on the burly man's head. Drop a bucket on his head? Okay. Gotcha. How am I going to drop a bucket on his head? Crap. Maybe? I don't know. Make a break for it! Damn it. Yes, they do. They really do hate geese. Oh, that's the bucket? Oh, God. I have a tomato. Okay, I know what I gotta do. Okay, maybe it wasn't such a good idea. Damn it. I know what to do. At least I think I know what to do. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, he hasn't gone after the pepper yet, which is fine. Okay, now he's gonna go after the pepper. That's good. Shit! God damn it! No. Balls. Okay. I just want to get the bucket on the guy's head. Wow, look at that, just shoving her out of the way. What an asshole. Oh, I gotta do this quick. Son of a bitch. Okay. New plan. Lady, you gotta move. Now. Thank you. Turn around, please. There we go. Nice. Finally. Huh. Can't reach it initially, turn on the water, eventually overflow, allowing you to grab the boat. However, the pub woman sees the tap on, she'll turn it off. It's best to distract her. She'll prioritize duck between the tables and otherwise be a nuisance until you can grab the toy boat and book it. Oh, you have to grab the toy boat. Oh, okay. I can keep doing this all day. No, fuck! Idiot. Yeah, you're gonna need to get your shoes, huh? Okay. Nice. I got all of them here. Oh, there's the pint glass. Nice. So now I gotta look for the next area, huh? No idea what that stuff is. Well, maybe. Hang on. What if I do this? Or not. Hmm. Okay, I already ruined their lives. So I got that going for me, which is nice. This goes back around. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, he will. Oh, okay. Good job. Aha! I see now. Nice. Unlock that. Whoa. Get into the model village and steal the beautiful miniature golden bell. Well, that was easy. Aha, there's the golden bell. Go around here. Over this. Duck through here. Okay. Oh, God. Nope. There. And take it all the way back home. Where the hell is home? Oh, God. I gotta walk this? Ooh. Back in the very first area. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's a bit of a problem. Do they want me to run all... Oh, I guess that's the only thing I can do is just stealth it. Oh yeah, he's going full Frasier. Sail the toy boat under a bridge. Fair. Balls. They're gonna make me do it the hard way, huh? Oh no. You ungrateful assholes. Okay, hang on. Corner of a garden, create a few distractions. Yeah. There. I was trying to make it not make noise. Oh my god. Jeebus. No. Lady, I will fucking end you. Give me that goddamn bell. Shit. Okay. Oh. I know what to do. Hello, idiot. Yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. farther back. That's so many bells. That was really well done. Now we know why everyone hates the goose? Nah. This was really, really well done. I enjoyed this. That kid is never gonna find his glasses ever. Yeah, no, I love this game. This was great. Oh, boy. So there's more? Really? Interesting. That's so cool, actually. Oh, God. There's even more now. Holy crap. They actually did quite a bit. Okay. Tell you what, give me a minute. I have to pee. I will be back. And we'll keep going for a little bit. But I am in desperate need of a pee, so I'll be back. Give me a few, and then we'll keep going. Okay, Hi is back. Pee in your pants. It is bold of you to assume that I am wearing pants when not on camera. Okay. Lock the groundskeeper out of the garden. Well, that's going to be an interesting one. No, I'm not peeing on my chair. What? What do you want, douche? Listen, you know how many farts have been in this chair? It's been marked, okay? Shit. I need to hide him in the bushes. Yeah, that makes sense. You dick. Nice. But I gotta lock him out of the garden. I can't hide it there. Can't hide it here. Put him here. Go back in, steal a carrot or something dumb. Oh no, even better. Hey, Rosa, how you doing? Crap. Yeah. Go get your stupid thing. Almost done packing, loading the car tomorrow. Nice! So how do I lock him out? Oh, yeah, I gotta pull the gate closed. That makes sense. Yeah, see, I need the keys, like, right there. Oh, no, okay, it just locks. Hell yes. Perfect. Okay, cabbage picnic. I don't know what a cabbage picnic is. Hello, idiot. Oh, okay. That's not a cabbage picnic, though. Oh, I gotta bring these over? Is that what they want me to do? They want me to bring them over to the picnic area? Just one. Okay. Damn it. Oh, good. Cabbage does float. That makes life so much easier. Go, cabbage, go! Shit. Go, cabbage, go! Shit. There we go. Okay. Nice. No. No. Well, balls. Okay. Go. Nice. Trip the boy in the puddle. Oh, that's easy. I got that all day. Hello, sir. Okay. That's fine. Let him cool off a minute. Damn it. Crap. There we go. Make the shop scales go ding. Such an asshole, Goose. Yes. Gonna need something heavy, huh? What you gonna do, lady, huh? What you gonna do? I'm a goose. Fuck off. Give me that. Give me. Give me the goddamn thing. Fuck your broom. Oh, you done fucked up now, lady. You will never see this broomstick again. There. Have fun, lady. Trying to find your broom. So hangy. Push me away with a broom. Who does that to a goose? Hi. Yeah. You don't have a broom. Sucks to suck, lady. Damn it. Crap. No, that's a tomato. That's not a walkie-talkie. That would be heavy enough, but unfortunately, it's also too heavy for me. Damn it. No. Oh, God. Here. Viewfinder goes there. No. There. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, wait a minute. Hang on. Just put you there. Grab this one. Put you right on top, which didn't do anything. Fantastic. Just get... How about that? No. Damn it. How about the... No, that's not... I wanted the price... No, that... Okay. No, still not it. Want the... No, I want the... Want the price gun. There. Oh, this is going to be way too heavy for me to even pick up. Crap. How about the doll? Nope. Too heavy. How about the car? Car might work. Car only kind of works. How about the car and the viewfinder? Well, kinda. How about the car, the viewfinder, and a walkie-talkie? No. Shit. Okay, tomato. Orange. Oh, lost a tomato. Damn it. No, not that. Nope. That's another tomato. Give me the carrot. There we go. Finally. Open an umbrella inside the TV shop. Oh, that's right. I gotta put him in the phone booth. Shit. Where the hell did he go? There he is. Go. Go. Phone booth. Now. I said phone booth now. Shit. Nice. Make someone from outside the high street buy back their own stuff. Oh, Jesus. Make someone from outside the high street buy back their own stuff. How the hell am I gonna pull that one off? Because I'm trying to think. The guy sipping tea. Maybe? Like maybe I could sell his pipe or something? Maybe. Grab the small hand shovel from the groundskeeper and run all the way to High Street, dropping it in the shop for the shopkeeper to put up for sale. The groundskeeper will be forced to buy it back from her, completing the task. Oh, God. Okay. That I was not expecting. Hello, idiot. Oh, these are the kids' glasses. Completely forgot about that. Oh, you meant in the game. Yes, I meant in the game. What else did I put in here? Oh, this is the guy's cap. Where's his little hand shot? Oh, there it is. Got it. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, lady, you are never getting this broom back, ever. Why does she keep walking over there? Oh, yeah, I might need to let him back in, huh? I guess that does make sense. Otherwise, he's just standing there depressed as I steal all of his crap. Okay, well then I'll go hide this again. What the? Nope. There we go. Oh. Duh. I gotta unlock it. Where did he go, anyway? Hello? There's your keys. Man, he was really trying to get back in. Holy crap. Here, I'll just help out a little bit. It's fine. I'm helping. Idiot. See, I helped. Helped. Hey, did I or did I not take all the carrots that were ready, that were left, and put them in here? I helped. Goose, that gardening skill surpassed some adults. True. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, yeah, that's right. I might have dumped more carrots over here. Oops. Somebody give the goose a contract. Fair. Oh, now he's gonna go looking. He's not gonna find his trowel. You're okay. You're doing literally everything but going to buy another trowel. Gonna be honest here, buddy. Okay, he's going for the flower pot. I'm not doing anything, man. I'm just a goose. What do you want from me? But, sir, you still need a trowel. No, you just watered the plants, you idiot. Bro, you already watered the flowers. What are you doing? Oh, now you gotta water the other flower. Oh, God. Okay, we'll just leave him be. Maybe he'll go buy another trowel. Uh-huh. Okay. Right. Oh, God. Come on, take a right. Oh, my God. This guy is the dumb... Yes, trowel. You need that. Nope. Still not there, is it? That's why I need to go buy one. Fuck it. I'm taking his hammer too. Oh my god, bro. You are literally doing everything and anything other than going to buy a new trowel. What is wrong with you? What? Why are you moving the pot? You moved it before. Yeah, your hammer's gone. Now what? Fuck it, taking your thermos. Mallory, what's going on? Taking the thermos. Eat a dick. Lady, you gotta come out. He's gonna walk away with your merchandise, you pain in the ass. Let's go. Come on. What's wrong with you? You gotta get out there. Oh, great. Now we're both locked in. God, you are stupid. Okay, what did he take? Okay, he didn't take the trowel. That's good. Do you think the bro would start to think if he should eat you? Well, maybe. How do we get her out of the garage? She's not coming out, is she? No, okay. Lady. Oh, God. I think we broke her. Oh, now you come out, idiot. No, he took the trowel. You son of a bitch. Hang on. Kid, I will slit your throat in your sleep if you say anything. Hi, idiot. Oh, she's just getting shoved out of the way. Oh, and now they're... Okay, there we go. What are you gonna do, lady? You don't have a broom. Eat a dick. I will bite your hand. You ever been bit by a goose, lady? Now, hopefully, the groundskeeper will come back. Too many good lines in this tonight. Get that trowel, lady. Don't worry about me. Pick up the trowel, you dip. Lady, get him! Holy shit. This man just stole your trowel! Lady! Oh my god. I'm gonna take your shit, and you're gonna buy it. Lady, I was bringing it back. What do you want from me? See, look. Fall in that puddle. There you go. Idiot. That's not what I wanted. Trip! Now pee your pants! Do it! Pee your pants! My airplane. Takes you this long to tie your shoes? Holy shit, dude. Trip! Pee your pants! Pee your goddamn pants! Now you're bullying small children. Trip! Now pee your pants! the puddle. Now piss yourself. I'm having way too much fun doing this. Get in that goddamn phone booth! You're radicalizing a 12-year-old. It takes him 5 minutes to tie his shoes. He's lucky if he's 6. Oh, and the old groundskeeper here can't figure out where his damn trowel went because he's stupid. I'm taking it. You'll laugh now, but years down the road, this guy sets up Fuck You Goose Murder Inc. It'll come back to haunt us all. Piss yourself! Pee! You know what I'm gonna take next? I'm gonna take a boot. I'm gonna take a boot. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take one of your boots. I'm gonna take that boot and I'm gonna give it to the lady at the store. And then you're gonna have to go and get a you're gonna have to get a right-footed boot all over again. You're gonna have to pay for your own boot. At retail! Give me that goddamn boot! Fine, I'm taking your hammer. Eat a dick. What are you gonna do, lady, huh? You ain't got no broom. You know why? Because I fucking broke it. Behold the goose mallet for when you can't find Mjolnir. I'm such a jackass. Fine. I'm taking this apple, and it's mine. Fuck you and your boot. Trip! Pay your pants! I'm gonna take this motherfucker for everything he owns. Good job, stupid. I'm just stealing all the groundskeeper's shit. This isn't a goose, it's a resentful eldritch god trapped in a goose's body. You know what? I'm gonna commit the worst sin. See this toilet paper? Now it's soaked toilet paper. You monster. Yes, follow me. Follow me, manservant. Oh. Come on, lady. Charge him. There you go. Give him a good what for. There it is. Perfect. In the basket over by the well, collect a tulip, a lily, a rose, a daisy, and a chrysanthemum. Goose-driven capitalism is not a common model, but if it were... Yeah, see? So we need the tulip. I'm taking this. Oh, you asshole. No! My tulip! Give me! Give me the tulip! Give me the fucking tulip. I'm such a dick. Hey lady, look. Here's your chalk. I'm gonna lock you in the fucking garage again. You see that? Yeah. Guess what's gonna happen? Guess where you're going? I don't need you anymore. The shadow of the chaos goose. True. So true. Hello, idiot. I am back. I demand goose and squirrel emotes eventually. The squirrel with a gun, that is fucking priceless. This was a bastard to get, but I got it. Nice. I need a lily, a rose, a daisy, and a chrysanthemum. Okay. Okay, well, you're none of those. Nothing over here. I'm trying to think. Where are the roses? Those are tomatoes. Those aren't... They kind of look similar in color to roses, but they're not roses. Man's... Oh, God. The garden again? Wait, which... literally the groundskeeper? Damn it. Medicine, thank you for the hydrate. How you doing, buddy? Had the one... That's right, I did. He taped it on. Fuck your squirrel lady. Give me that rose. Perfect. Thank you. I must be going. Eat a dick. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I think I'm going the wrong way. Am I going the right? No. Yes, maybe. Yes, I am going the wrong way. Fuck. Okay. Now I need a lily, a daisy, and a chrysanthemum. Damn it. Just put it in the basket. Put the fucking lotion in the basket! There we go. So where the hell am I gonna get those? Taking your teapot. There. Now try and get it, asshole. What are you gonna do, huh? Yeah. And guess what? Your rose is fucked too. Dickhead. You know what? I'm gonna take your paper and I'm gonna dump it in your fountain. There. Enjoy reading the headlines. It reads, today, because that's what happens when ink runs. I was expecting Goose RP. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, drink your tea. Good job. That man's having a very bad day. Okay. Oh, this was fun. This is a lot of fun tonight. I had a blast with this. Tomorrow, and I can't believe I'm actually saying these words, or actually later on today, sorry. I can't believe I'm saying these words, but later on today, we're going to be playing Little Kitty Big City. That's a thing. We are going to be playing that. But I do want to thank everybody for watching and everybody for hanging out. We also had Dawn coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Dawn. We had Aylin, we had Sober, we had Medicine, we had Pixel Pixie, we had Dawn, we had Spoiled, we had Sophia, we had a bunch of awesome people tonight. Potato Chan was here. It was really good to see you, Potato Chan. Feasty was here as well. Maori was here as well. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out and for watching. I really, really appreciate it. I am off. Oh, and we had Fafo. I can't forget Fafo. And we also had Spectre. We had a bunch of awesome people. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Until I see you guys later on today, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. I'm out.